Y'all can hear me? Okay, y'all. Hold on, my bad. Little Mercury, okay. Let me just do this and we're gonna start. Mm.
We going back in, just like this. Bitch, I'm alive in a motherfucking booth right now, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. This bitch recording, I'm going in. Love. Just like a pimple, yeah, you know that I be poppin' shit. I'm in my bag, yeah, I'm married to my money, bitch. Only fucking real bitches who don't do no ass kissing. Twinkle little star.
I'm gay, but if I wanted, I could take your bitch. I won't fuck her, but I'll show her that you are a Mitch. There are no rules being a heartbreak kid. I fucked and never came back. Why? Because that ass was mid. I might just hit him to get off, but don't text me, ho. This dick closed as soon as I walk up out the door. You might think I'm vulgar, but I don't make this shit for kids. I'm too old to worry about someone who don't pay a bill. Feel what I'm saying? Cause I ain't playing. I'm a Libra and I don't play fair. That
because if I had it my way, I would be with you. The last time that I talked to you, I told you I'll come to visit you. Then my mother comes in my room, and I knew that I wouldn't see you. I couldn't go to the funeral. I don't know how I'll live with that. I try not to.
Okay. Can y'all can hear me, right?
Yes.
Can I have everyone cam up as well in like 5 seconds? We definitely gonna get the room and everything going. For one, I want to thank y'all so much for coming. I see other people already chatting already in the little chat thing. For one, I want to say thank y'all so much for coming out and being a part of this panel tonight. We are in a space of the State of Black America live panel. There will be some more panelists joining us. I'm just waiting for them to pop up in the queue, but I got the phone right here, and then I got my computer right here. So I'm doing a lot of that gadget stuff over here. But nonetheless, before we get into conversations tonight and, you know, get into all the good things, how are y'all feeling? How is everyone doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm fighting off of the flu right now, but other than that, I am blessed.
Okay. Next, Stevie.
Oh well, can't complain.
I'm here. No, no
Amen.
complaints.
Okay. Niambi, how are you?
Hey everybody, I'm doing good, day by day, and I'm here.
Are you static?
We already doing our job, so I'm good.
Wait, your phone is, your thing is like real staticky. Maybe you gotta lift it up. Say something. Do y'all hear the same thing or no?
Yeah, I hear it a little bit.
Yeah, just a
Yeah, you
little.
like a little staticky. You might have to come in, come back out. Come in,
Okay,
go out, come back in.
right.
Okay. And Nev, how are you?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. Just recovering from this flu bug.
I noticed somebody else hit me up. A panelist hit me up earlier. They're sick as well. I'm like, what is going on? Like, what is happening with these? You know, and spring is already here.
Tell me
This room
about
is
it.
already here. Oh, wait, Nambi right here. Let me see, Nambi. Let's test you out. Hey, everybody that's viewing on all the different platforms. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right about now.
Hello?
Hello,
We are on
beautiful
Twitter.
souls.
I was seeing a little thing
Oh,
up
we
there,
can hear
but
you now, girl.
Is that
yeah,
good?
yeah, we
Yes,
can hear you
baby,
now.
you are
Yeah, you can
clear.
definitely keep up with us.
Wonderful.
Super clear.
Yes. All right, so we're gonna open. I got the timeline right here as well. That's why I keep looking over here. So we're gonna open up everything. Far as I want everyone to introduce themselves, and then we're gonna start the show. And y'all can go by however y'all order you want to go. You can just introduce yourself, a little summary, and then next person. Just to get
Okay,
the
who wants to
jitters
go
going.
first?
Cause y'all all live, y'all have live energy. Let's wake it up.
Okay, so hello, people. My name is Jolly. I also go by Artemis the
Mute
Fairy on
yourselves as well when people
Facebook.
talk.
Okay. And I am a doula, as you can see underneath my name, Jolly Universe. I am a mother, an artist, a dancer, and yeah, I am ready to chime in and vibe with everybody. Who's next? Go, 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 go.
Next person.
Hey everybody, my name is Niambi E. Stanley. I've been in the LGBTQ underground ballroom scene for about 33 years now. In that, I discovered who I am as far as transitioning goes. Later on in my career in ballroom, I realized that transitioning and ballroom were two totally different things. Because in the 90s, the only way that you could achieve transitioning was through ballroom. In 2017, I started my entrepreneurship journey. And then the next year, I noticed that trans women of color were getting disproportionately killed. So I decided to use my voice of who I am in ballroom to amplify trans voices, trans rights, and stop a lot of this stuff from going on. So, hello, nice to meet you.
Go ahead.
Oh, my turn? Oh, sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. Hey, my name is Navari. I'm Navari. I'm just a model, writer, supporter of Black, queer, LGBTQ artists, dancers, creatives. I've been doing this for about 5 years now, on and off. Really working more on platforming and creating a platform to amplify a space where we support our Black queer creatives, our artists, because I just noticed, we always focus so much on the negative aspects of our culture, but then when it comes to, the actual dynamic, expressive things that we do, it kind of just gets lost in translation. And I was just like,
Are y'all breaking up? Can y'all hear me?
can y'all hear me? Sorry.
Okay. Mercury is doing her thing today. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's gradually, slowly getting off the ground, but I'm just happy to be here in community and discussion with you fellow creatives.
I thank y'all all for joining me. Oh, wait, get this kind of delay. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm Stevie Derrick. It's me. It's Stevie Derrick. I am a content creator. I've created my own series and platform also for Black queer creators. The platform that I created is called Indie Artist Spotlight. I highlighted Black queer artists. I've created playlists for them. I promoted their music. And I also have my segment called Dear Y'all, where I deliver advice about real life topics and bring my personality to life and give it to everybody to just grab into it and grab gems and as I drop them. So yeah.
Y'all can hear me?
So
Yes,
you
we
want to
can.
hear?
Okay, perfect. No, like I'm trying to do this hosting thing and trying to like
It's a lot.
y'all already know what it is with people. It's like, child.
Okay.
But I thank y'all all for introducing yourself. As y'all know, I'm Seven Taylor. I'm a Universal Spiritual Connector. I'm a service to those who service to themselves. I am a published author, musician, business owner, entrepreneur, whatever you want to call me, just call me. And I'm happy to share space for everybody tonight. I'm happy to give some pivotal conversations. And let's talk about, and we'll definitely shout out to Ralph in the chat. Shout out to Penn in the chat. I did play your commercial. I'm gonna play your commercial again a little bit. I'm just seeing things popping up on the thing, but I do wanted to say thank y'all so much for being on time and being here to share space with me. Yeah, I know how it is when you host things, whether it's physical or online. It's always another. But anyway, we're going to definitely get into the first topic. I'm going to play the video and we're going to just jump in. Like I said, as the show goes on, more panelists will be joining us. All right, y'all.
Tonight, a murder-suicide investigation in Georgia, leaving a distraught family with more questions than answers.
We want to know exactly what happened to the twins.
Police say twin brothers Khaidir and Nazir Lewis were found dead by hikers on a Georgia mountain earlier this month. The brothers, weeks away from their 20th birthday, each found with gunshot wounds, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which says their preliminary investigation reveals the deaths to be a murder-suicide.
We knew right away that wasn't true.
But their relatives rejecting that characterization by police, saying the boys were close and had no history of conflict.
They're very protective of each other. I couldn't imagine them hurting each other because I never even seen them get into a fist fight before.
Relatives saying the twins had tickets for a 7 a.m. flight on March 7th from Lawrenceville, Georgia to Boston, where they were set to meet friends. But on March 8th, their bodies were found at the summit of Bell Mountain, 90 miles away from their home and in an area their relatives believe they had never visited.
How they end out in the mountains, they don't hike out there. They've never even been out there. They don't know nothing about Hiwassee, Georgia. They never even heard of Bell Mountains. So how did they end up right there?
Over the weekend, authorities saying autopsies have been completed on the pair, but a medical examiner ruling had not been released because further forensic testing was needed. The Georgia Bureau of Investigations has not disclosed if a gun was found at the scene or how the twins got to the mountain, telling NBC News the investigation is active and ongoing. NBC reached out to family members for more information, but did not hear back.
They had a huge support system. Like, we know them that they wouldn't do anything like this. Something happened in those mountains, and we want answers.
Priya Sridhar, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Thank you, Bob. Back to you. I'm playing. No, but I definitely wanted to open it up with this conversation and get into it. So the first topic is Black. You know how like the show Murder She Wrote. I did a little twist when I said Black Murders America Wrote. So I wanted us to definitely, and however you want to engage, just give our opinions on these very mysterious murders that be happening to Black and brown bodies, and especially with this one, because this one was kind of very like it's a little all over the place in a sense. But I want one of y'all to take the lead, and then we'll all chime in.
I don't know what to say about that, y'all. The first thought that came to me when I first heard of it was what they've been doing with us for years.
Camera.
Is my camera?
Yeah, it's like black.
Ooh, hold on. Let me come out.
Yeah,
Go
maybe
back
turn
in.
it on, turn it back on.
Can you see me now?
No. Oh, now. Okay, you're coming in slowly.
Coming in slowly.
I'm seeing you on the
slow motion.
It's okay. We'll
Okay,
figure it out.
so
it's Mercury.
You guys know, right? Okay. You guys know for a long time they've been loving to steal everything from us, from our music, our food, everything. But the main thing I thought about with these twin boys was somebody was looking for some healthy organs to take, because this story does not make sense. So, and they love selling our bodies, they love selling our organs, and they love collecting our melanin. So at a point, it's giving, they saw these two boys out doing something. Maybe they were out having a good time by themselves and they saw them vulnerable and they were like, yeah. If you really want me to be real honest, it could go all the way back to the doctors, and maybe one of the doctors is corrupted and maybe sending people information to get organs because they know who organs are the best. But I don't know. It just seems like it's something very fishy, and somebody with some power, some connections, knew something about those boys, and they decided to take action and take them away from us. And it's unfortunate, but it's happening to a lot of us. A lot of us. I firmly believe it's that. I firmly believe that's why those two boys are not with us anymore. They just saw a check, which they usually see a check when they see us, no matter how they do it, whether they use us to sell us with our music, sports, or they literally murder us and take our organs. Either way, they see a check when they see us. What do you guys think?
It makes me think
I thank you for sharing that as well.
Of
Who's
course.
next?
It makes me think of stories like Kendrick Johnson, where they found him rolled up in a gym mat.
Exactly.
And they found him with his organs missing, and anyone with rational thinking knows there's no way that he could just be found with his organs missing in a gym mat unless it was higher ups and it's actually quite sick that they try to gaslight us on the fact that it was a lot deeper than just, it's murder is murder. Don't get me wrong, but it's horrible that they try to gaslight us that the murder of black men and black bodies is nothing to be alarmed and concerned about, especially with stories like this where it happens to them out of nowhere, out the blue. Their families outright say this is nothing that they would do in their typical behavior.
I agree. I definitely agree. I feel like it's a lot of, as what Jolly said and what you said as well. I just think even with that one with the rolling up the mat thing, that never sat right with that never sat right with me. It's y'all know Spirit be trying to talk to me stuff. Anyway, I'm trying to not focus on that, but that never sits right with me when we have a lot of these. Hey, Certified, we have a lot of these different spaces of people just mysteriously dying, or even the thing, I don't know if that's what it was like. This like 2 years ago with the girls. They went, I forgot where they went to. It was some island they went to, and they beat her up in a room. I forgot where that was at.
Oh yeah.
Where was that at? Jamaica? Where was that? It was somewhere.
Mexico.
It was right.
Yeah, and then they also found out that the family was connected to like Freemasons and all different types of stuff like that. Like it was a lot of stuff going on with that. And I'm a firm believer in they know you more than you think you know. Our bloodlines and things have always been scattered, traced. We probably sometimes walk by cousins and we don't even know it, just because of all the stuff that has been damaged on the ends of Black and brown people. But just seeing that with the twin boys, I was just like, it's very ironic. Both of them, not one, both of them. Right. Then the police officer took a picture and put it in this group chat. I'm like, why the hell? Who told you was forensics? You're a police officer. That's not your job, So it all becomes very fishy, and I was like, I want to open up, the experience tonight with that, because that was something that kind of puzzled me when I first seen it. But everyone else could chime in as well.
I mean, I like to kind of stay away from stories like that just because they have been happening so rapidly, and like in spaces of like, we already have so many other things that we're dealing with, and like to see stories like that brings an extra layer of fear for us to even like exist in the world and like go out and be about like, could this be us next? My thing is, I really, really pray for this family just because they lost two very important people in their family. You know what I mean? And now they have to go around and try to find out information, and information is not being delivered to them in the way that it should. Now they have to question a whole bunch of things, and it's just really, really heartbreaking to see another Black family have to lose family members. You know what I mean? And for us to even have a discussion about this, it's just like, why should we have to talk about, you know, because it shouldn't even exist in the first place. It's really, really sad.
I agree. I think that's like the most I feel like any parent that has to bury their child before them is always like, you know, it's that old saying is like, you know, it shouldn't even be like that. It shouldn't even be that the parent has to now bury the child. It should be child burying the parent at, you know, when it's time for those times. But it's like, even with when I go out of town, and I don't know about y'all, but when I go out of town, I send my location to my mother. Like, I turn my thing on. Even with friends and people, because you just never, like, you gotta understand this. Sometimes, and just to pivot it a little bit over here, sometimes when you have a certain energy to you, a certain connection, a certain thing that people like and, you know, admire. I'm, you know, very much in the popular scene of things and stuff like that. You never know who trying to take you out. Like, I don't drink for nobody. I don't eat for nobody. If I ain't really see you prep that food, no, baby, I'm good. Where's the next, you know, McDonald's or KFC or some shit like that? I'd rather eat that. I just don't trust people in those spaces unless I really know that you're a very genuine person, because I've seen so many people, just like that girl that went out of town with those, they beat the heck out of her in that hotel room. Come on now, that was friends. My friends Kiki, we get high, we talk about charm. I don't know about this. I don't know these demographics. You know, I don't know. I think we need to revisit the word and what it means to be a friend. I feel like there's a lot of different missing points and different things that be going on. And then it's also this thing that happens where everybody's on it's 10 of them on a group, you know, on the trip, and all 9 of y'all don't know where the other one went. You telling me that when we left the bar and we got to the hotel, Susie just was gone. What's going on? So, and I even prep my siblings as well, because they're now going into the world and, you know, doing their independent thing. Don't trust nobody. If you ain't see that drink be made in front of you, don't drink that shit. It's too many predators out here. And sometimes your friends are the predators. Sometimes your friends are trying to get you, you know, buzzed up so they could touch you and shit. Sometimes your friends are doing weird, like, it's a lot of weird shit be going on. You know, but I want somebody else to go next. But, you know, I just wanted to tap in just like Black woman. Yes, can I put her comment? Go ahead, y'all.
I just believe it's just generational notion that our bodies are disposable. I mean, and another thing is I just believe that no one is going to value us until we start valuing us. And I see that a lot of us don't value us. So, and it's a thing that I've seen, like, you know, I left home at 13, so I've had the chance to see history repeat itself several times. And now, especially with this administration, it's starting to repeat again, and you know, a lot further back than I would have liked. But I just feel like even, you know, like other races and ethnicities are getting real flip with the mouth because of who's in office, like the whole thing. And I just see us not defending us. And you know what I mean? A lot of lack of unity and all of these things. And that's why I really, you know, I thank Seven and I thank you all for being here and us gathering as a collective, because it goes way past and way further than, you know what I mean, gender identity and sexual orientation. Like, we all show up Black first, all of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all show up as people of color or marginalized people or whatever first. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I just feel that no one is really going to see that we have it together unless we actually get together and get it together. But yeah, just like Seven was saying, like, you can't trust people, but, you know, I'm a heavy believer in finding your tribe, you know what I mean, or letting your tribe find you. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, you don't have these problems because the trust is already there, the energy is already there. But yeah, that these things are happening more and more and more and more. And the only thing I think that we can do is, you know, get together with each other, find like-minded people, and get together and just unify. You know, the best way that we know how. And get rid of all of the things that separate us. You know what I mean? Respect each other's differences, but they don't have to divide us. But go ahead.
I agree. Just to piggyback off of what you were saying, which I agree. I just also grew up at a time like, yeah, we had weird stuff going on, but I grew up at a time where we had a friendship. We had a friendship. You know, we had fun. We laughed till we couldn't laugh no more. Everybody came back home. Nowadays, it's like your child could leave out and go somewhere, and that's it. And it's a heartbreaking thing. And I even had the experience of helping a lot of cold cases and things and stuff like that with, you know, different people that sought out my resources. And it's kind of still heartbreaking because even though I can give a little something to it, it still might not help it get solved. You know, it still might not be in the space of heading in that direction to be solved. It's so many unsolved Black murders. It's so many unsolved. Even here, I want to say 2 days ago, this woman that went missing. I think she went missing last year. They just found her body in the back of somebody's backyard or something like that. You know, the remains of it. So it's like, well, damn. Well, you know, what and how did this occur? You know what's going on? I got to read more into it, but I've seen it being plastered all over Facebook, and it's actually close to home because my best friend's cousin, that's their aunt. So, you know, it's like I don't trust people at this point. I don't go that far with things. I'm not into all that. Even down to like, and the girls, you know, I know y'all want to fight. I know you want to tussle. Even with hookup culture, y'all going to these random people. Y'all don't know. You know how many guys really not gay and they wait for you to get to the house so they could beat you the hell up and kill you and sodomize you and everything like that. You know, I'm just got to keep it real. You have to really do your due diligence to see exactly where you're going and who you're going with, and trust your gut. If I'm about to go somewhere, my gut flipping, I'm not going nowhere. And at this point, I'm blocking your number because I don't trust. I'm not trusting the experience. It's like y'all gotta trust your gut, y'all gotta trust your intuition, y'all gotta trust the discernment that y'all be having. And if it's lacking, I need to work on it. You know, because that will really. I feel like that saved my life so many times with people. People are just not what we think. You know, the culture of things is not what it used to be, especially probably also in the EMB era of just fun. You know, they were having their experiences, but they had fun. They looked out for each other. It was sisterhood. One at the bottom. You know,
not to cut you off, Seven, but I'm going to say something real quick. A huge part of that is because a lot of our big mamas is going. A lot of our big mamas is going. A lot of our neighbors and community members and unified people that used to look out, and you would be afraid that you were doing something that you weren't supposed to, and the lady 2 doors down or 3 doors down would be like, "Oh, I saw him or I saw her doing it." That is why we had that. So things like this didn't happen. You know what I mean? So a lot of like my elders and people that I look to for, you know, even as a kid and through my teens for advice and insight, like they're all gone now. You know, they've all crossed over. So you know what I mean? So now people that are in my generation and maybe the generation underneath me, it's time for us to be those people.
Okay. I was just about to say that. It is our time now. Literally.
Yeah, because that's what it does. That's what happens with the generations. Like somebody got to now be the adult. We had our time.
It's very scary. They don't want to listen. A lot of these generations don't want to listen.
Yeah,
they don't want to respect and listen to their elders. So even though we're trying to put ourselves out there, they're like, "What you trying to tell me what to do? You trying to tell me how to live my life?" No, baby,
no, we're trying to save your life and protect you. That's what we're trying to do.
Like they did for me, like they did for us when we were younger. We got that protection and love. So we trying to give it back.
And even all the preventative measures that you offer them, and you sometimes almost like kind of like repetitively telling them it, they sometimes still don't listen. Baby, wear a condom, do what you gotta do, get your ass on prep, you know, do the biggest thing that you can do to prevent certain experiences from happening in your life. But again, sometimes people will look at you and think like, "Oh, you're trying to be a mother to me."
Yeah.
Are you trying to be a father to me or whatever situation? I do have a gay child, but
and even if
even him, I let him have his own experiences, but I let him know, like, hey, I just told you what is cracked up to be. You know, once you go around a son once, you don't want around him many times. Right. You know, it's just different faces and the same intentions with people. You know, it's like you gotta have that discernment with yourself. You got to have your discernment with yourself. And we just want to definitely, I just want to just do a good moment of silence for everyone that has been taken out of alignment due to someone else's due diligence or just maybe left too early. I just want to take a nice moment of silence before we move on to the number 2. All right. Thank y'all. So, number 2 on the docket. I should have one of them damn, what is those, the gavel dance?
Right.
Number 2. So, number 2, Trump versus the black vote.
Lord have mercy.
Let's get into it. Because Andy was on.
Are we talking about? Are we gonna commend the 92?
Was like, all right.
I mean, because we just see what is going on with this.
That was funny.
This person. I'm not even gonna call him the president because he ain't mine. But
Okay.
we already see the things that he's doing because he doesn't care for us, and I mean all of us as a black community. He does not care about us. And we made that very clear when the election was going on. He does not care about us. And now we have no choice but to deal with him for not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. We got to deal with this man for a long time. And we shouldn't have had to deal with him.
Hopefully not with old age.
It's certified for me. That
is what I'm thinking of. I didn't understand it, but that old age, possibly. Maybe our prayers will be
answered. That's the thing about it. Don't y'all know when it's always that one stern old person? You like, damn, why you just keep getting missed? Like, everybody else is leaving. Why y'all didn't get hit with it yet?
Where was your ticket? They should have gave you yours. You should have been gone. What is going on? Get him out of here.
Give us that baby white. Damn it. You know, let's make it even exchange. So how do y'all feel that, okay, because we know that this election, everything was very much a lot of emotions, I was actually in New York at this time, watching the elections and just taking in the atmosphere. You know how New York get, you could just, you know, we ready to go outside. But how did y'all feel the night of the elections? How y'all feel about things now? Like, I know we all kind of semi-felt it in the same way, but just to give y'all some, you know, narratives. How y'all feel about these things? And hey, Mo.
Hey. How's it going, everybody? Everybody's doing all right.
Yeah, that's Mo, by the way.
Yes. Time zone difference. I thought it was still more time, but it was the other way around.
It's okay.
No, everything's just going lately. You know, I've been telling my mom to get out of America. I've been living here in Mexico for the last 5 years. And even 5 years ago, I saw everything was moving to where it is right now. I just didn't think that it was going to move this quickly. I thought we had at least 10 more years before we started moving towards a dictatorship. But it's like they want it so badly. And it just, I don't want to use expletives, but everything is hitting the fan so quickly.
Yeah.
And, it's like, I don't really know what to do. Use your voice as much as possible, vote, but it's like they keep taking more power of the vote to make things better. I don't like to lose hope, but I don't see much,
I don't think the voting system is real. I don't think the voting system is, maybe it's not real as it used to be when y'all was, when we was happy to find a nickel. Like, it's just like, it's not there. I think it's all rigged. I think every last time a woman was up against a man, she won, and they overturned that shit. Let's just be real. I think Hillary won in her time, and I think Kamala won in her time. And she was a Libra coming in with a little balance for us. But it's like I don't.
Bitch, I'm gagging. I thought we had that
in a bag.
I really hope
I thought it was in a bag.
I literally closed my eyes thinking that she was gonna win. I'm like, I'm gonna close my eyes and go to bed, and everything's gonna be all right. As soon as I picked up my phone, I looked at it. You know how news blast goes. The first thing I see was his face, and I was like, I closed my eyes, and I was just like, I gotta go back to sleep because this is not real.
Yeah,
I woke up that day
and
I was
gag.
just like, I woke up that day and I was just like, okay, this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna put my phone down right now.
And it's like
that down.
It's like soon as it happened, all of a sudden I just see KKK people.
Right.
I'm just seeing all this racist stuff going on. I'm in the store, people behind your back. They don't want to say excuse me. I'm like, well, baby, we ain't really in them old times no more.
We not.
You will get
Oh,
nothing
thank
but.
you. Okay.
I am my ancestor, but I'm not that ancestor.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely given that. I feel like in some aspects, in spiritual aspects, I understand why the chaos is needed. Because the chaos is needed to bring down, like we're supposed to be starting from scratch this year. Like after this year, the numerology thing starts at 0 or 1. And spiritual, terms. This is year 9. This is all about conclusion. This is all about, if y'all have noticed, a lot of people might be reaching out to you. A lot of people might be trying to make amends. A lot of people might be paying you back. Yes, my cash app is the same. You know, a lot of people might be trying to get back with you. You know, sliding in your DMs, all doing all types of stuff because right about now everyone's trying to find conclusion. Say it again, love.
I said, sorry, baby, we're not spinning the block.
Right.
We get one time.
Right. Unless,
right.
Let me see what you got in your truck.
Opting out includes that too.
But no, no, I definitely feel like that is just the energy, and it's like a lot of cultures right about, this spaces and places and cultures is just like it's representing the time that we're in. We're in a very they call it Kali. It's a very chaotic feminine nature going on right about now. And it's even today was a 7.7 earthquake. I'm like, baby, it's a lot going on. And I feel like to be honest, I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone. I feel like everyone is playing along and I'm not. And sometimes I got to pull myself back to my reality because my reality is not your reality. And we all see the world differently. But I feel like people are constantly living in this Twilight Zone. Like they're living in this la, 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 la. I'm a baby. The food is going up. Food don't taste right. Water don't taste right. Bills is billing. I'm just like, come on now. Right. And then you gotta go back to the store because the stuff is going old quick now. I'm like, wait a minute. When I was younger, that grapes lasted a while. What's going on? Is the tree isn't the tree in recession? What's going on? But it's like, it's a lot of stuff going on right now. And it's like, even when you go to the store, it's like, once you scan 2, things of meat, it's already at $30 damn. I'm like, wait a minute. And to be honest, I believe in capitalism, but in the black way. You know what I mean?
That part.
Okay.
Sometimes I didn't know it was in my cart. I'm sorry. Should I bring it? Oh, okay. I gotta get my reparations some way, somehow. Sometimes those things didn't get scanned, and that one thing got scanned. It is what it is.
Okay.
But shit, y'all done stole from my ancestors, some of y'all. But at the end of the day, it's unintentionally with me sometimes. Though, really, it really be like, oh shit, I forgot to. I'm like, hey, maybe that was a win is a win.
Already out the store though.
A win is a win.
I'm already out of the store though. That's it. I'm already outside.
I'm already outside. And if y'all come out here and touch me, baby,
started.
That's going to be the viral clip of your life.
Okay.
It is what it is. Like I tell people right now, I said, this is not the time to judge your neighbor because you could become your neighbor. Let's start there. You can become it. People are a paycheck away from becoming the next person. People don't even, and that's already on the docket too. I don't want to get there too fast, but it's just like, if y'all notice a lot of the reality of a lot of like Disney stars, etc. Everybody's talking about, oh, I'm not getting no residuals no more. I'm not getting this no more. I gotta do this, gotta do that. Baby, America's getting her karma. They is beating this hoe up right quick, and she beating us up, and I fight back every now and then. But I try to really tell people, like, I'm not going to lead with anything. If I'm going to help somebody, I'm going to help somebody. If I'm going to, donate, I'm going to donate. That's it. That's what it is. It's because anybody could be in anybody's shoes. And that's what anything, circumstances. Even people that just be doing health reads and everything, baby, you could be in anybody's shoes. Mr. Get Right could get you right. Wink, wink. Don't play. Karma don't play. She don't miss. She might swipe, but you know, she don't miss.
I don't know.
What Octavia said? Eventually it comes back like a fucking boomerang. You know, so listen, okay. Don't play. But no, and eggs, I don't want nobody touching my eggs. Ask me for one. Them shit's too high. I never in my life was paying from $5 to $10 to someone said $18 for a dozen of eggs.
Right, I just read that $18
Where the hell the hen
dozen
at?
eggs is crazy.
I'm like, I won't eat any more eggs. I'm sorry. I have to find something else. I gotta find a substitute.
I'm like,
baby,
nobody was
$18
even eating eggs like
$18
this.
is crazy.
At this point,
but if
I'm
we're
about to find a
being
hen.
honest, we could do this on our own.
Chicken, something.
Right, literally. That's what
Let
I
me
was
go
just
buy
about to
chicken.
say.
Farm-raised
Yes.
chickens.
Them egg prices is crazy, and I'm like, no, don't make no damn French toast over here. No, thank you. We're using one egg per day. What she said on Friday, make it enough.
Right.
Make it enough. We are in the make it enough times. That's crazy.
We are.
Yes,
but you know what's
it's
crazy?
definitely weird times right about now,
Going
and
on
it's
in this
like,
world is just letting us know to do it on our own. I feel like as
Yeah.
the Black community, because we've done it before. Our communities have done it before. It has been
Yeah.
done. The Black Wall Street has been done. We can do it again. With everything
Yeah.
that's going on right now, it's time for us to tap in and come together. That's it.
Buy Black.
'Cause we got the resources at our fingertips.
Buy
Baby,
Black.
we Black and excellent. We can do
Mhm.
it. We've
Yeah.
been doing it. Well, that's why they've been stealing from us for all these centuries. They love it. They're like, "Ooh, what are
We
they
the
doing
blueprint.
now? What are they doing next? Oh, let me take that." So now let's do it
Mhm.
ourselves, y'all. Let's get our land. Let's get our farms.
Respect
Let's
to the
get our
law.
gardens. Get it done. Get it done. Whoever
Respect
gets
to
paid
Allah.
first, just sell some eggs. I want to see you get some eggs.
I love her. I love her.
I truly believe the difference between then and now is that we have way more resources and we're not
Right.
happy. Let them try to come destroy something now if they want.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. We bout it.
Okay.
We don't have we ain't got nothing but time.
Okay. Alexa, play Knuck If You Buck.
You know, it will not end well for them.
I told y'all, come
Yeah.
outside and get me if you want to. That meat in my
For
car, okay?
real. Like,
Maybe
Yeah.
it's
I'm already outside the store. Conversation's over.
this is that fighting weather. Listen, don't play with me.
Yeah.
We got enough strength to just tear a whole block up real quick. And that's another thing too. I said we be in so like one thing about us as melanated Black people, we be too in harmony sometimes. I'm like, where that damn fire at?
right.
We over here just playing, we just cosplaying with these, you know. I'm like, beat them up real quick. I'm tired.
Right. Literally.
I'm not like them. So what? I wasn't like them. You still put my ass in the field. Like, get into it. You know, but at the end of the day, it is definitely a crazy, time with everything. And yeah, be kind. Be kind. Your neighbor situation can definitely be yours. We're gonna move a little bit off Orange. We'll circle back to him soon.
I like that.
But I will
Like
say
that without
this,
acknowledging
y'all
his name.
Latinos, hola, ¿cómo está?
Caucasian women,
You age
because y'all
right.
did it too.
Right. And the superior Blacks.
But if you're part of the
They always think they
90%
superior.
women, 78% Black men that did the right thing, this ain't for
Right.
you.
This ain't for you, baby.
Right.
We
Now.
know your
Y'all
feelings.
and we purposely pressed his name when y'all was voting, and now y'all gagging.
Okay.
Gagging.
Okay. Clutching
I'm minding
the
my business.
pearls at this
I
point.
mean, and they really
If I hear them kicking in them doors next door, I'm minding my business.
that's the business of mine.
I'm gonna go to that. I'm gonna
Opting out.
go to that
all
front
4
door. I'm like,
years.
hola, adios,
Yo.
bye,
Yo. Oh my gosh.
bye, pumpkin. Like,
Because at the end of the day, voting for that man was a choice.
right? I'm like, why would y'all ever vote and then gag?
Literally.
Y'all didn't see
Let's
that.
talk about
Y'all
it.
didn't see that whole campaign voter gag.
Now
Y'all
y'all, on
gagged.
TikTok, now y'all on TikTok talking about some. I didn't think he would do it to me.
What makes you exempt?
That's like That's like the trade turning your girlfriend and then turned you. You didn't think he was gonna do you too?
The Latino lady that's like, I vote for Trump, bitch, and she's getting deported.
Right.
She's
Adios. Adios.
Bitch, they had a whole mariachi band and everything, girl, and all they
Yes. She over there. She over there doing her damn job, and they have the job to take her ass out of there. Adios, thank you.
They didn't close her store and everything. She thought shit was sweet.
Fresh towels, please. Thank you. It's really sad though, because there is some of us that think that they like, and it kills me because they always got a certain look. Hair be a little brittle. Them damn blue contacts every now and then. You know, they always have this certain look to them, and I'm like, you really think you one of them? Yeah. I know they did a thing with your grandmother and ancestors to get you here, but you ain't one of them, baby.
You're not.
Not 100%.
Nah.
They not like us.
So bad. WIGGA. You know, it's like you want to be a wigger. So it's like I'm not buying it. But nonetheless, shout outs to them people. Respect to the lie. Respect to that deportation.
That is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
To vote for that.
Oh my gosh.
How he acted and
So,
what is crazy.
Let me run a commercial, just one little commercial real quick, and then we're gonna go into number 3.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, let me pull myself together, child. Oh my gosh. Hold on. That music was giving, call me now. Get into it. That's in the Andy E. Stanley original. Definitely go get your readings and all them good things. Okay. Now I love the music though. It was definitely giving me, call me now. Okay. So number 3. So number 3 is we're tapping into Black and brown trans women and womanhood. And this is a very, very good topic that I want to talk about with y'all. And this is also relating back to it could be you too. Because I don't know why people be acting like shit is skipping them. Yes, it was a beautiful commercial. Like I said, definitely go tap it with Ian. She's on the piano. The icons in the building. Woo! Yeah. Okay. I feel like Oprah. It's shoes on your seats. Everybody's going home. No, but yes, get into her. But no, they were saying that the commercial was beautiful. Yes, it was. Tapping with her, accurate, and all those good things. But yeah, so I'm gonna kick it off and then I'm gonna go to y'all. Okay, so what I feel like with this particular reason why I wrote this one down is because once a lot of these executive orders was being signed, it seems like a certain group of people, not all, because the ones that I hang with, cisgender, biological women, etc., they weren't clapping. They were annoyed. But there is certain groups that felt as though, oh my gosh, spirit. There's certain groups of people that felt like this was like a yes. You know, like rights is being taken away. This is being taken away. They trying to take hormones away. They're trying to take all these different things to delay the transition, but they can't delay the transition. It's not their power. They just gonna do what's gonna do. And I feel like a lot of times, like I said, with the neighbor could be you thing, is because they occupy a space in womanhood, and them being trans women, as much as her rights are being taken away, your rights can be taken away, and it is like they're trying to do it. So for me, I have two doctors I go to. I have a primary and then I have a secondary. My secondary is Planned Parenthood. They're the one that provide me the PrEP shot. They're the one that gave me a lot of extensive knowledge on LGBTQ matters. So I love them girls over there. You don't gotta tell them much. Just tell them, hey, girl, you already know what I did. What's up? You know, but they have a very extensive language on making sure they are understanding of everybody. Top, bottom, verse, sides, pickles, whatever you want to be called, you know, and and I feel like they was emailing me a lot about how, you know, they're trying to make sure funding and things is there for STI testing, abortions, etc., because all that stuff is at risk right now. You know, they're trying to force people to do what they want them to do with their bodies. And like I said, I wanted to tap this in because I feel like I seen personally a lot of women that will run to these, especially on Shade Room and stuff like that. Oh my gosh. They'll run to these comment sections when he was, there's two genders and da-da-da, and everybody's like, yes, like oppress hoes, happy that somebody else being oppressed.
Okay.
But you oppressed too. How does that work? You know?
Your name is on the list too.
Right. And it's like I said, it's the fact that there is so many different spaces of it. Spaces like you have so many different types of demographics of women. Tall, short, fat, small, whatever the situation is. So it's like y'all always try to do this aha, gotcha moment. But in reality, we all sit in the same boat. We all waiting for the same master. Like your day today, my day tomorrow. I wanted to weigh in with that with y'all and see how y'all feel about those things that's occurring as well. Like, you know, this the racing and, you know, being happy that other people are being oppressed, our rights are being taken away.
What's so funny to me is two things. The fact that each society of each generation of every era that comes along, queer people have always existed. Always. And each era that comes around, they try to erase and get rid of. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of like boggles my mind that they would choose. See, and a lot of it has to do with homophobia, transphobia, and all of that has just existed. A lot of people that are trying to suppress their own desires is another reason I feel that they're just like, oh, just get rid of it. Because nobody wants to like address it. They don't want to address their own internalized shit. We have a lot of self-hating people in our fucking own team.
Okay.
Due to a lot of the generational stuff that's happened, things that have been taught. And like I believe as us as a collective, like we have the tough job of trying to get people to unlearn a lot of that shit. You know what I mean? Once we realize that basically all of the things that we were conditioned to believe were fucking lies. And that we are the creators of how we want to live, you know, once we get to, you know, seeing the world for what it is. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of that stuff is just so deep rooted in our community that it's, you know, our mothers and our mothers and fathers, grands and great grands, and you know what I'm saying? And you know, there comes a time where each era has its own person that, you know what I mean, person or people or community that goes against all of that. You know what I mean? And I believe, because it wasn't too long ago where, Black people in general were deemed inhuman. Animals. Like people I don't understand why people don't see the correlation with that. But go ahead.
I agree. I definitely agree. And I want somebody else to go, but I agree. I feel like people don't really see the correlation of how, again, one oppressed group is trying to oppress another group, and then y'all laughing at each other, and y'all both are losing something. No one's gaining shit. Y'all both are losing something in this fight. And it's like the same thing with a lot of times where men are happy that you know, you see it all the time. Certain men are happy about the trans murders and stuff like that, or oh yeah, they tricked them and stuff like that. I'm like, baby, that's not the case all the time. That's probably not the case 95% of the damn time, you know. And it's like at the same aspect, it's like, but y'all always want us to rally behind y'all when someone dies. You want us to run in the streets and run on the highways and, you know, slash tires and beat people in the back of their head and do everything. But when one of us or anyone from our community is in those type of situations, it's like kind of like, well, suck it up.
Yeah, the girls are quiet.
A complete lack of empathy.
Right. Or I don't.
There you go. Who said that?
Right. Okay. You know, go ahead.
You know, I've been posting dead trans women for like 9 years, and it's just like, oh, they're like, okay, and you know what I mean? Until it knocks on your doorstep, and then you're searching for empathy and sympathy from everybody.
Right.
Like I don't get, you know, I don't get it. And the fact that Mr. Orange, which you said that you're going to get back to him, is targeted like the 1%. Like,
and I don't. If I can speak in code, I feel like the Orange had experience.
But yeah, it's crazy, and then people just don't realize that when they're done with trans people, what they think that they're going to do with trans people, guess who's next? And guess who's after that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's their end game. You know what I mean? If you're not well off, Caucasian, you know what I mean, and male, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how they're making it. And
yeah,
we just gotta get in where we fit in and fight back. It's no more being complacent. It's fighting back.
That's why that chaos energy is here. It's like we're not supposed to be in harmony right now. We're not in the 90s. We're not supposed to be in harmony right now. Right about now, we need to be finding resourceful spaces and action, because every day something is being taken away, and y'all just like sitting ducks. Like, oh, they took away some rights again. Oh, they're taking away gender affirming surgeries. All they're doing is, they're taking away. Okay, the sun is outside of that. They're taking away the rights. You know, they taking away this whole, like, there. Which one is going to get you? Which one is going to trigger you?
Yeah.
Is that with lube, condoms? Which one is going to be? You know, but I definitely want to hear someone else definitely chiming. I know someone else had a hand up.
No.
Was it Nev?
No, I think it was Mo.
Yeah, it was me. I just wanted to say, you know, we're all Americans. Like, why are we always trying to pull each other down? I grew up in, as an American, we grew up saying that America is a melting pot of different cultures, of different people. What happened to that? Whatever happened to uplifting people? You know, I know in the Black community, we go through our things, you know, the things that happen to us, the things that we see, the things that we experience. But even still, all the things that I've ever experienced, I would still hold in my head that, you know, America is the place that is a land of the free, you know, the brave. It is what you make it. You know, and I forgot where I was going with this thought. But we're supposed to be working together, you know, working together. Are we always trying to pull each other apart? It doesn't matter if there's trans people, gay people, whatever. We're supposed to be working together, and that's what always makes me so angry. You know, it's just, what the absolute fuck, you know?
Yeah, seriously.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and I think another thing too is like, it's like the origins of the land. You know, this land not being certain people land. You know, us being indigenous Black, indigenous Negro. You know, stuff like that. Like us learning over the last few years, I was learning my origins. And just the fact that, like somebody just said, the land of the free scam. Yes, like this whole, which I feel like the American dream is a spell. I feel like the American dream was never created or customized for Black or brown people. I feel like it was always just an objective to put the carrot on the stick and, you know, make you run behind it. And I think even in the most high profile like celebrities and stuff like that, when they kind of really like Michael Jackson, when they really got it, they got it. It's oh damn, we was playing a game. We was playing a game so deep that we were chasing something that once we got there, it really didn't fulfill us. Yeah, it maybe gave you some money, maybe it gave you some exposure, etc. But that spell itself didn't do anything else for you, though. You know, it just put you back in the race.
It ended up hurting you in the long run, because if we look at those two stories, those two people we just spoke about, Michael Jackson and Prince, you're looking at like they had everything, but they really had nothing. You understand? It really came back to them like not having something.
It's literally, and that's why I tell people all the time. I say, again, it's like we understand these cultures. We understand like a lot of things that have occurred and happened, but then it's also like, are y'all really understanding these things? Or because you're kind of going into this performative space where you're doing the same shit over and over again. It's like some people that you'll talk to on Monday, they're doing the same shit that they was doing on Monday on Friday. I'm like, babe, you still outside? Like, it's too early. It's too early to harvest. The sun just came out. Spring just got around. Wait a little bit. Wait for the little chipmunks to come out. You know, like it's too early to try and harvest something right now. But people will do it because repetition, behavior. People will do things because they think in their mind.
It's easy to get sucked into a routine.
Right.
I'm doing this over and over.
And that's what the American dream does. It tells you to repeat something. Like if you keep going and you keep doing this and you keep doing that, you're gonna, get something out of it. And there's a truth that you will get something out of it, but it won't be always what you think it is. Especially if you're vibrating on a certain vibration with things. Wealth is not coming to people that's always in this negative spiral. I'm like, I tell people, even with my students and clients, etc., I say, first thing first, wealth starts in the mind.
Yes, inner wealth. Come on.
Yes.
That's right.
Come on out. It starts in the mind. Right. It's that internal thing. It's like you have to perceive yourself there before you get there physically. Even going into and even going into entrepreneurship and things that I do. I've been in entrepreneurship now, like outside of like 9-to-5 world stuff, almost about to be 5 years. But in 2021, when I first took the thrump into it, I had to die to old forms of self. I had to stop the paycheck mindset. I had to stop always thinking that I got to see something to believe something. Because when you're in a certain system, on Friday you're going to get paid. Yeah. On Thursday you're going to get paid. When you're entrepreneurship, you got to wait for them invoices to clear. When you're entrepreneurship, you got to wait for certain things to, get to you. But the thing about it, it always get to you. Okay. I'm always taken care of. I'm always of what I need to get out of the experience, and sometimes more. So it's just like at the end of the day, when you want to perceive a certain idea of yourself or a certain space of a mindset, you gotta embody it. You can't say you're Janet Jackson and come in here acting like Tito. Come on now. Those two things don't correlate. She said, how's your front in Africa and your back in Asia? Those continents don't mix. But it's like at the end of the day, it's really about understanding like how to, like, I tell people all the time when they're like, well, how did you? I just died to old forms myself, and guess what? That process alone was ugly. That process alone make you feel isolated. That process alone make you feel like, oh, these motherfuckers is really caught up. You start talking to people about financial freedom and things and stuff like that, and they're like this. Yeah, so Subway is higher. Like, they don't want to leave the dream alone. When I speak about American dream, I'm not talking about the dream that you make happen when you wake up in the morning. I'm talking about the dream that they gave you on this land to live your whole life 8 hours of your day. One day is 12 hours. Leaving you with a few hours just for yourself when you get home. You so damn tired, you ready to do it again. And then when you look around, and then when you finally look around, so much time has passed by. And then people get into that, oh, well, I'm probably a little too old to do it now. Bitch, get up. I'm that friend. Get up, Paul.
Yeah.
If you want to sell coochie today and you ain't selling in your 20s, we're going to sell it today. I'm going to support you. I'm gonna find the nearest motherfucker.
Where them things?
I'm gonna give you that support, whatever your support is needed. Because earlier today, I was in a Uber. I was heading into town, getting ready for all this stuff like that. And it's like all day today, every person that I talked to, I literally was talking life into them, not intentionally. But I got in a car with this guy today, and he was like, "You give me like superstar vibes." I said, "Maybe so." We driving and stuff like we get into it. I said, "You give me artist vibes. You a painter? Yes. Oh, okay. You just love your girlfriend? Yeah. You got like little midlife crisis? Yeah. I feel it." Now he looking through the mirror like, "Bitch, who are you?" How you know my life?
Who sent you?
Energy. Your energy speaks before you speak. I keep telling people this. You don't gotta tell me you don't like me, bitch. I know you don't like me. You don't gotta tell me that. And another thing too is like a lot of people are running around here, and I said this earlier today. I said it's not the fact that people don't know how to perceive love; it's that people never been touched by love. They don't know what it feels like to have love in their life. They don't know what it feels like to have a friend to call you and speak some life into you. They don't know what it feels like to have people that really was like, you know what? I'm happy you called me, but shit, I was about to end this shit. I was about to, whatever the situation is, you don't know that. So it's like, at the end of the day, there's so many people that's walking around without love. So when you do touch them with love, they're like, bitch, get off me. What the hell is that? Yeah. You gentle and shit.
Unfamiliar with love.
At all. They're not familiar with love. They don't know what it is. And that's the sad thing about our community at times is that because a lot of I was raised on love. I don't know about everybody else, but I was raised on, I felt it. And even when my mom had to be in a hyper masculine space because she had to be the provider and all those things and stuff like that, I still felt love on Christmas. I still felt love on my birthdays. I still felt like, go ahead, get my purse. Shit. Even that's love. Go ahead, mommy. Let me go to the store. Let me get ice cream. But it's just like, as you mature in life, you start to understand that love comes in variations. And when it's hard to love certain people, you got to take it in like this person has not been loved properly. This person has not had no one speak life into them. They don't know what it is for someone to really just be there and not demand nothing. You know how good it feels to just sit in silence with somebody and you don't gotta say shit, and they know everything that's going on with you. They know everything that you're feeling because they are connected with you. Or it's not a transactional space anymore. Or it's not a what you could do for me or what I could do for you. It's like we just here, we just vibing. And every now and then you crack a little joke. Yeah, girl, because I did here. Back to silence. Yeah, because I did sometimes people just need that solitude silence. Sometimes people just need that space. So it's like the more you go into this thing called life, you start to realize that a lot of people are just caught up in this illusion. They're caught up in what they think things is. And then when you start thinking differently, baby, now they throwing stones at you. Now you're a witch, you're a warlock. Now you're everything in the book. Now you're a demon.
Okay.
Now you meditating and they mad at you meditating now. That's Satanist. I'm like, girl, I'm just meditating. I'm just getting my mind together. Shit. Okay. I'm just getting back to that wealth. But I definitely feel like if you are someone out here that's watching this right about now, before we move to the next one, please start loving on yourself. Please start inviting love into your life. Please start accepting love in all forms that is benefiting to you. In all forms that's benefiting to you, not taking from you, not breaking you down, not making you feel like you less than, not making you out of wax with yourself, not taking you out of alignment, not putting you in debt, not putting their hands on you, okay? Not the ones that's lying on you, but acting like they love you behind, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the love that really, when
I felt kind of faint for a minute.
I'm
sorry.
I don't want one right there. Quick. I'm sorry, y'all. Speaking to me. But
let me find out you shook the world real
quick. Yes, I don't want to go trans right quick. But no, it's true. It's like it's so many beautiful people in our community, and the one thing that they think that they want the money, but when they get the money, they still not happy. And the reason why they're not happy is because there's no love there. It's no, okay, I got the money now. What? Shit. It's not sufficing me no more. It's not making me feel anything. You know, so it's just like I want us to just get to the spaces that we accept love, and if it's a little bit intense, take a little nibble, eat it like a little Ritz cracker.
Okay.
You know, they say I love you too. You know, until you can say it louder, I love you too. You know, let's work with it. You gotta work with the energy. You know,
What I believe it all comes down to is value of self. You know what I mean? That
Yes.
self-value is so important. Instead of looking at it from outside sources, whether it's
Yeah.
through people, whether it's through money, whether it's through material things, you know what I'm saying? Start focusing on your self-value and how you view yourself, and then everything else will come after that.
Yeah. Everything reflects you. And I tell people all the time, if someone doesn't have it, they can't give it to you. If they don't have things that you're requesting, they'll always fall short. And I always say this: if someone's struggling to love themselves, they don't love you. It's performative. I can't give you something I don't have.
Come on now.
You know, I can't tell you how to be a good friend if I'm not a good fucking friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
That goes back to that self-work. You got to do that work on yourself to be good to other people. If you're not working on yourself
That
in
part.
your area, in your space, if you ain't got nothing to give to nobody else,
It all fails. And when you're actually sitting with yourself, like I be sitting with myself, I be talking to myself, like I do everything. Like, child, we good. Me, myself, and I, we good. But
second, third, and fourth person.
sometimes you feel the extra ones with you. Did I get an ice cream? You should. You should. Yeah, we're gonna get an ice cream. We're gonna get ice cream today.
Right.
But it's like I feel like when you sit with yourself for a while and you really even think about the time when you started turning the lights off when you go to bed. Like instead of leaving that little one light on, you start turning all the lights off. Fuck it. That's how it feels when you love yourself. That's how it feels when you love yourself, because it's like you surrender to that energy. You surrender to that space of yourself, and you're like, you know what? We loving ourselves today. I can't blame my misfortunes or the spaces of things prematurely just, breaking up in my life on anybody else but myself, because that energy is what you're carrying, and that's what is going into those relationships. That's why they're not working out. They know you don't love yourself, but and shout out to everybody in the chat. Certified Bub, I just played one of your commercials, Bub. I played Certified commercial too, but shout out to y'all, because y'all is definitely in tune, and we're gonna definitely get into this next. I don't know if I should wait to let me play one commercial. I want to wait for Niemi to get back. But the next one is Black Men and Sassy Culture. A lot of TikToks. You know what? I'm away. I got a little thing to say about that. Let me play commercial.
I top every nigga that think he above me. Attitude, walk off the stair. You hating with no bag? How dare you ugly with no mask? Jump scare, born chief or whatever I touch you have. See, I'm a diva. I'm a bad bitch overachiever. Bitch, I'm lethal. No, I'm not trying to be relatable. Hell no. I'm a diva. I'm a bad bitch overachiever. Bitch, I'm lethal. No, I'm not trying to be relatable. I'm a diva. I'm a bad bitch overachiever.
I like that. I'm a diva.
Because if I had it my way, I would be with you. The last time that I talked to you, I told you I'll come to visit you. Then my mother comes in my room, and I knew that I wouldn't see you. I couldn't go to the funeral. I don't know how I'll live with that. I try not to.
Smackdown, it's over, yeah, I win. I'ma give it to them raw, like the WWE. I'm the people champ, the one they really came to see. You bitches gimmick, everything I do and still can't fuck with me. You niggas pressed like some jeans, flows funny like a meme. Gon' hang it up, Samsung, yeah, flat screen. Come through in that big body, custom made Balenciaga. Da Vinci Valentino, yeah, that shit be all on my body. Talking out the Satra neck, yeah, that's some shit to get you by. A queen, so we call it Beyonce, that's the shit to get me by. Earns a black Ferrari, Halloween up in this bitch.
Yo, that spin around was good.
Okay. we're back. I see Janice. I'm trying to add her in. I don't know if she's up here yet. Is she up here yet? I know I've seen her in the What's in the Queue. Okay, so the next one is Black Men and Sassy Culture. The reason why I put this on the docket tonight.
I like this topic.
Child.
I was excited for this one.
Okay. The reason why I put this on the docket tonight is because I always feel like it's like I'm, of queer experience. I kind of say universal experience for me, but I'm in the queer community. Hey y'all. And I always feel like I guess she'll rejoin. I'm just gonna look over here a little bit, but I always say that the things that we do, just highlighting black gay men, black gay culture, the things that we do is always profitable to everyone but us. Like it's always we create some shit or wear some shit or do some shit, and then somebody take it and put it on a runway, or someone starts saying it and everybody thinking they created it or they was, and that's the same thing with just the queer, LGBTQ Q community in general. So, but just to highlight black queer men, I seen this TikToker on TikTok, and I'm gonna name them nameless. I'm gonna keep them nameless for a little bit. Like girls like to tussle. But they were, for a very long time, they had regular content, and out of nowhere, it just became like, y'all probably already know what I'm talking about. It became very much like, yes, ma'am. It became very much like, girl, why playing with me? Anyway. So I noticed that everybody in the comment section, especially the women, was living. Oh my gosh, you so sassy. And I'm like, well, damn, when I was younger and I had the wrists bent, and I'm bossy. When I was having my experience, y'all was trying to throw bottles at me and shit. I was like, why is his voice so pitchy? Why you sound like a girl and all that stuff like that. So I always feel like when they wanted to like come into this space of like having us be mocked and then profitable on their end, I'm like, well, what's going on here? Like, how are y'all able to be sassy and everybody's living? They're loving, they're into it. But me, fag, like, girl, please, what's going on? So I wanted to chime in with that with y'all, because y'all probably know it's a lot of them doing it now, but it's a main one that's doing it. I just want to hear y'all thoughts on that.
I would say, where do I start? I just think it's
right. I would say everybody mute yourself as well while people talking. Go ahead.
I just think it's crazy that they just take who we are authentically and make it their own, and again, like you say, profit off of it. Why not give the profit to the person who created it? Why not give them the space to be who they need to be and not let the next person, profit off of that? Like, and also not make us feel bad about who we are. You know what I mean? A lot of us have been through journeys and experiences where we fought to be comfortable with who we are. And now we have someone who is just taking what they see from us and trying to build that as a brand or something like that. And it's like, oh, it's so funny. But again, like Seven just said, like when I was a younger kid, it was just like, you're doing something wrong. This is not how you're supposed to be. Actually, you go play sports to go over there and do all that. But when you're over here playing with the girls, this is not where you're supposed to be. I just think it's quite strange. And it's been happening for a really long time. And it angers me every time I see it. Because I'm just like, now what about me? Why am I not a star? Now, granted, I don't want all the things that come into the industry and like the devil parts and all those things. I don't need all that. But I would love to be a shining star just for being who I am, because I created it. And I'm comfortable with who I am, and I don't have to fake the funk. Like, I could just present myself as is and be okay with it. And no one has to question. You know what I mean? So I just think it's all strange. And I wish it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I wish they would put more people like us in spaces that they need to be so we can flourish. Because these people are just taking what they see from us, and then it becomes comical. When it's just like, well, it was comical from here too. I'm trying to be funny. You know what I mean? Like, but this person
the plate that I created. It's
Right.
crazy.
I definitely, and I'm gonna throw it to somebody, somebody else could tap in after me, but just a little the rebuttal for you. Yeah, I do with the comical thing. I do, and hey, Johnny's, I do feel like there's always this space of we got the icons in the building. Come on, but no, I just feel like there's always this space of, they take it and do it, and then when we do it, they're like, "Bitch, what you doing, baby? We're the creators, we're the originators, the innovators." Hello, chat room, chat. It's like, why am I being bashed, and you living for him? He's 6 feet and trying to make his voice sound like Elmo. Like, what's going on? What's happening? I didn't see that drop. But so it's like, at the end of the day, I do feel like it is something that people take away. And what we're talking about right now is just Black men and sassy culture, and how a lot of people have this performative space of acting queer, straight presented men that act queer but aren't queer, but profiting off of the queerness. And we get thrown to the left. But somebody else could chime in. Yes.
Well, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm sorry, my voice is a little fucked up right now. Like, I'm not feeling the best, but I think that conversation is different with trans and gay guys. So I don't think it's really my lane to even talk about it, but I think it's like dangerous with us, like the way they're doing it now, like the Tasha K's and all the people are like, spewing hate on us all the time. And like we want to be women, we want to be like them. And I feel like they just want to be like us. So I don't know. I feel like it's the same thing, but it's dangerous when I was like, you can, I don't know. I think people just like perpetrate a crazy narrative about us, women, and then they want to be us and saying that we want to be them. So I don't know how you guys feel about that part, but I think it's really different with the guys and us.
I would say to chime in what you're saying. I know what you're saying as well, because when I'm on Instagram, sometimes I think I'm on the girls page, and it'll be like a cisgender woman, but because it's so femmy, it's so push the titties together, it's giving like I'm like, wait a minute, okay. So even with JT, love JT, but a lot of her fashion aesthetics give femme queen, it gives girls, it gives the drama, it gives what you was sneaking out the house and running with your good wig to the next, it was given that, and then they'll try to say, oh no, I got this from such and such and such. And I'm like, to be honest, a lot of y'all were before ballroom became mainstream and in the mainstream light, a lot of y'all were sneaking off. A lot of you directors and all these different things was coming to these places and taking notes. Y'all was seeing these fashion categories. Y'all was seeing these women with the exotic bodies and the lips and the body and everything. And y'all were taking notes. Y'all were taking notes. So it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, in a way, we all compliment each other in a space of sharing something. But it's like, when you start to disrespect the originators of things, or the people that really ushered something through, that's when it becomes an issue. It's like, how you let him be sassy and I can't be sassy? But shit, what about me?
As long as they can laugh, it's fine. But when they start really being intimidated for real, then it's an issue. Like, as long as they can laugh at you and just, then it's right. Cool. As soon as it's, too close to home, it's too,
yeah,
too many dicks, whatever. it's just different.
Yeah. And I see it all the time. I see a lot of cisgender women that sometimes I'm zooming in the picture because I'm thinking that, they're one of the girls. I'm thinking like, is this the fashion? It's the fashion. It's the body. It's the tits. It's the lips. It's everything. I'm like, and another thing too, they say as above, so below. At one point, when a lot of the girls were coming in, the 90s and 80s girls and stuff like that, it was a emoting of Halle Berry's and all these stuff like that, and then it's like now the mirror reverse. Now you're emulating the femmies,
and it's fine, but just give us our props for it. I mean,
exactly. Give credit when credit is due, because again, as above, so below. What was up? Gotta come down. It's okay to let gravity take hold, and also fashion is a beautiful thing because she's so fluid. She's water. she runs through all the communities. I seen it was this video. I don't know if y'all seen it on Facebook, and they're like, I don't know if they're like in Africa or Jamaica, etc. But it's like I guess they're in drag. I don't know if they are presenting as transgender women just yet or so like that. But they do like the boy look and then they go into the girl look. I don't know if y'all seen that video yet or coming down your timeline, etc. And it was like I was like, okay, y'all bold there. I'd be scared. Jamaica. I'm deeper in the voice and everything. Excuse me. Like I don't want a problem. I want to make it home, but it's like I'm seeing how this fearlessness is coming through, and so many people are just, hey, fuck it. We in Africa and they shoot us shit. We coming outside with the bangles on. Like we about to give, what's her name with the damn, I forgot her damn name, the dancer. She gonna come to me. But it's just like we're at this space where everything is mirroring each other. And like I said, as of us so below. So when the 90 girls and 80 girls in the ballroom and etc. or just femmies outside of ballroom were emulating and looking up to all these different different women and finding themselves in those women, it's like now the mirror turned around. Now y'all finding yourself in the femmies because all of y'all getting surged out, body out.
Anything else could be debated.
Like a stereo,
Come on, y'all know damn well butt shots you got from the girls. Come on, you can admit one of those things. Like,
yeah.
You can't tell
the boobs, the big lips, the everything. It's like everything is kind of emulating those spaces, and I think that is nature's cruel way of saying, ha ha. Y'all were it. That aesthetic was it at one point, and now it has reversed. The mirror has turned around, and that's how everything is. Even with us being Egyptians and etc. And then some layers later, now we slaves. It's like everything has its ups and its downs.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's life. You got to roll with the punches. But I want some more y'all to chime in before we move to the next topic. Go ahead.
Well, it also speaks to us being ousted out of spaces. So we got together and created our own space. Now that we've created our own spaces and are thriving, now people that are outside of our community are now coming into our community and grabbing from us and have grabbed from us. And there's definitely a difference between a creator and a caricature. Because a lot of these are caricatures. And very, very, very offensive. It's like if you can't make fun of them, you'll get angry at it. And that's kind of like what the community is at. They're like picking sides, whether they want to align with us and it's not even really genuine, or attack us.
It's kind of like the use of labels within our community, and even with Black people just in general. There's the people that they swear by this one specific label and make it their whole personality, their whole superficial trait, their whole base level, end all be all. And then there's people that use that same label as just an expression of their whole entire person. And you kind of see it in the way that they take, somebody's actual authenticity and use it for profit. Make it acceptable, make it digestible. It's like the buff boy using the femme personality. Oh, that's funny. But the actual boy that is a femme boy doing too much. He's desperate for attention.
Yeah.
The one living in authenticity, not even making profit off this personality.
Nothing.
But the one that co-opted the personality, he's being authentic while making money off of it.
Lil Nas X, the fucking plant. I'm sorry.
And I would
not that girl.
Yeah.
How many trans women y'all see on TV that aren't trans women? Always.
Right.
That tea just got hot.
If we could bring it even further, are the cisgender women that emulate gay men? That sound just.
It reminds me of this one discussion
and we don't
where
say nothing. We be kikiing with y'all. Why y'all bashing me when I do it? But it's cool when you do it.
okay. It's okay, right?
Like you're taking the lingo that's from our culture. Like, what is the problem here?
We over here, man, like they can at least they let y'all make a little peaky assistant. Over here, they actually don't even know no tranny. Like, bitch, hello, like, let me just get your butt, your whole lingo and your whole hair and all that. But now, folks, y'all want to be how we are, bitch. Now, y'all wish it was us. At least you could be the assistant.
Right. I think at the end of the day, because, and this is what I feel. I don't know. This is my opinion, y'all. It's my opinion. Ooh, let me get a little air. But what I feel is that because when you go to science and the X and Y chromosomes and all that stuff like that, we are all conceived female.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully everybody know that. We are all conceived female, and Stevie, cut it out. And I feel like because the XY chromosome, all that stuff like that start working, and then and then the thing drops and it becomes elongated. I always think it's elongated. And I feel like that's why we play the roles that we play. I think that's why, even for myself, even naturally, when I was younger, around like 12 years old, you know how like you start growing pecs and things and stuff like that. I started growing like knobs. And that's normally for women when women start to grow breasts. So I was growing breast tissue at 12 years old, and my mom brought me to the doctors. And when they did, there's always has a lot of high levels of estrogen, but it should over time become pecs. They're cute, but it's a natural thing. Everything doesn't always have to be someone injecting things in hormones in them. Bitch, it could be in you, And us being conceived female before our things say, okay, drop that, elongate that click, drop them ovaries, make them balls, it's like,
but facts are like bullshit to people. Like, nobody cares about facts if it doesn't like fit into what they know. They want to be comfortable. They don't care. You can tell the bitches a million things. Here goes the facts right here. Who cares? That's a man. You know what I mean? Like, that's a man. That's
and
it's ridiculous.
And if I'm not mistaken, there's 3 genders. There's not 2, because you have like the intersex and etc.
Mm-hmm.
There's no room for that. There's no room for facts or any kind of nuance. Like, stupid.
In their world, in my world, I can have a little fact, but in their world, they don't give us. They don't want to go to the logistics. They don't want to go to the facts. They don't want to think about it. You see gay men, and they have a lot of feminine tendencies, high pitched voices naturally. Sometimes mine's is a little, But I've been talking a lot. But when I was a kid, it was high pitch. I had braids to the back, stuff like, oh, the little girl, it's a boy, But it's like at the end of the day, it's like we've emoted from all these different spaces and biological things and stuff like that. It's like, why can't y'all just accept the fact that we're just having fun with this thing called hoax? Y'all taking it too deep. Y'all took this whole thing too deep. To the point that y'all make it every day a mission to oppress somebody about something. Your voice is too high. You're too tall to be a woman. I have women that are tall in my family. I have women in my family that sound like Barry White. They still got kids. I was like, y'all pick and choose. Oh, they can't. What reproduction. I know women in my family that can't reproduce. Next question. Next slide. So it's like, at the end of the day, I feel like there's always this thing, just to bring it back to the sassy thing, where I'm watching this in live time and I'm like, damn, they really living for him. When I was a kid and I put my little first MySpace video up, remember MySpace? Baby, they was tearing me up in the comments. You sound like a girl. We went through it. And even I graduated in 2013. That year was the year that you started seeing a lot of same-sex proms in 2013. Yeah. So it's like my people and before me, we led the way. We led the way for y'all to be comfortable. We led the way for y'all to have this space to share and be in your feminine jush. But at the same aspect, stop discrediting the originator of the situation. But nonetheless. Oh, Keish. Hey. I'm sorry. I'm just chit chatting. I'm weird. Listen, I gotta do everything at once. All right, let me put my operator hat on now. But hey, so yes, Def, Johnny's just joined us as well. Keisha's joined us as well. Keisha's from Hypo for Life magazine, author, so many different, demographics, doing her thing, LA native, pimps up, hoes down. You already know. And we're definitely getting into these topics. So the last one before a commercial break which is a really good one, because the thing just happened. TikTok changing the age of information. And what is y'all thoughts on that? Because now, and I just, me being a TikToker, me also going viral up there a few times. The way that we now get to access information is a little bit more different than back in the day. Before you had to go and get your best shoes on and go to the library, get your green card, and get on the computer and stuff like that. Now, at the tip of your hands, you could find, anything you want to find. You find all these different subdivisions on TikTok, and the lazy TikTokers, the depressed girls, the uprise girls, the druggy girls, the 305 girls. Like, it's everything up there. Even though I don't really feel the same no more since they shut it down, but another topic. But at the end of the day, I do feel like TikTok was something that really pushed forth a lot of information. And we also are in the age of Aquarius, which is mother information, the mind. So how do y'all feel about TikTok and just its informative points? The pros and cons. Anyone can chime in.
I want to know why it's not. I want to know why all this information is not making a damn difference. Like, why are people still retarded? Like, you know what I mean? It's so much information at our fingertips, and I feel like back then when we had to go to encyclopedia and do all that stuff, we were way more progressive. I don't get it. Like, it's all out there, and we seem like we're going backwards. I don't get that part. You know what I mean? It's like,
I agree. I agree. It's like it's so much information that is like, okay, you're choosing to be ignorant. Because back then we had to really search hard. Like I said, you put on your best shoes, go to the library. And then I wanted to give us like an hour on the computer, and I'm on MySpace.
You couldn't just use Wikipedia.
But I feel like, wait, somebody was talking?
No, I'm saying you have to actually cite your sources. You couldn't just use Wikipedia.
Yes, you had to cite your sources. You had to highlight shit. You had to really do the due diligence just to find out something. Like, okay, maybe this shit did come before the end. We got that.
That's true.
It's definitely a space where I feel like a lot of people just don't. It's like the information is here, the resources are here. You already know what's going on. So what is it? Is it the American spell still working on people? Like, what is it? When are we gonna jump in? Are we playing double dutch still? Like, what's happening? But I want to hear from some other people before we, move on to the next thing.
Well, for me, I grew up in the library. I would go to the library every day after school. I would be there Saturday. I would be in that Dewey Decimal System with those library catalog cards. Like, I grew up in the library, so for me, I feel like the internet is a blessing and a curse, because it's a blessing because we have all this information at our hands. Like, you could go Google something in 2 seconds and it'll pop up for you, but also it's a lot of misinformation. Like somebody was saying, you can't fact check it. So somebody could make a website and put .edu at the end, or .org or something official. And then it's like, oh, people will look at it and be like, oh, this is true because it's on the website. Like, I could go buy a domain for $20 and put up a whole bunch of crazy stuff and people will believe me. So it's a balance. Like, you got to know what you're looking for. You got to be smart about it. You got to know, like, how is the source biased? Like, who wrote this? So it could be a curse, too, because a lot of people, they're just followers. They aren't, like, fact-checking. They aren't having their own thoughts and opinions. But it's also a blessing because I learned a lot of stuff from TikTok. Like, I didn't know about this. So it's like contributing to globalization and, making the world a smaller but still bigger place because we're sharing information through the internet.
I like that.
I agree. Like I said, the age of Aquarius is mother information.
Okay.
Anyone else want to chime in before we go to a commercial break?
I don't really like TikTok. I do, but I don't.
Okay.
And I don't even know why I don't. I don't know. Like, I'll go up there. When I do go up there, Spirit tells me to go up there, and God is sending me a message, and I get my message and I go. But I've noticed that, like you guys said before, there is a lot of great information up there, but there are a lot of people who just believe anything they see. And I've gone through the comments. I'm a comment girl. I will go to the comments as I'm watching the video because I want to see how other people are thinking. I'm a Libra, so I'm an overthinker. I'm thinking all the time. So, okay. So I love thinking, I love expanding my mind, and I love seeing how others think. I love that. I think that is like the most beautiful thing about places like TikTok is the fact that we are able to tap into each other's minds and communicate and experience things and express ourselves, and of course expand our minds. But it gets very scary when you have people up there purposely putting information out there to harm others, to attack a certain group of people, or to put a narrative out there about a certain group of people. And I've seen it mainly for the Black community. And I'm not trying to be that person where it's like, oh, I don't know about others, but I really don't care about the other communities first. I focus on mine and then I expand out because we've always been ignored and on the back panel. So I'm like, let me see how we doing first. Let's see what's going on with us. Oh, they're trying to put us in that box. Oh, I don't like that. Oh my God, why are they sending out that misinformation? What is that? So it's very hit or miss for me, but I do love that what I have seen, which is the big pro for me, I see more people out there spreading love and positivity and actual good, beneficial education and information for others. Like, for instance, there's a lot of people out there who don't have the access to get the education that we do. With all the resources we have today, there are still people who are limited to a lot. And then they go on TikTok and they're like, oh, I didn't know that. Or I didn't know those services were out there, those resources were out there for us. Oh my gosh, there are spaces I can go to and be safe. There are spaces I can go to create. There are people who think like me. I'm not alone. That is the one pro I love, because there are a lot of people that are in their rooms, in their minds, and they shut themselves down. They put themselves in that corner. And that is the number one killer when we isolate ourselves. The devil always wants us to be isolated so we can literally feel like we are alone and we spiral out and we take ourselves out the game. So I love, love, love that there are a lot of beautiful souls on TikTok spreading that good energy, spreading the love, and doing what they need to do. But I get so fearful because I'm a mom. I have an 11-year-old and he loves the internet. And he would come to me and say things and I'm like, oh my God, baby, hold on, sit down. Nope, that is, I don't know what that is, but that is something to direct you in another direction. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. That's not what it is. That is not how we move forward and evolve. They're actually trying to keep you stagnant. And their big target right now are our kids, because they're the next generation. So they're trying to get in their minds. And oh my gosh, just me being a mom, seeing the difference from what I get on my TikTok to what he gets on his, it is so scary. It is so scary how they're trying to educate our kids through BS. I do not like that part. That part is the most scariest part for me. But outside of that, all the love and positivity, as long as we keep expanding that online, we're always going to win. Bottom line, we're never going to lose.
Agreed.
Is anybody else on TikTok?
I'm on there. I don't really use it.
I'm passively on TikTok.
Yeah.
So I brought my positive. I try to bring my positivity in every space that I'm able to be in. So I am one of those people who does post a lot of positive things on TikTok. So when you said that, my bells kind of went off like she's talking about me. And I like to keep my timeline just based off of people who are just spreading positivity, because TikTok is like, it's a lot of information and a lot of things coming at you at once. So you really got to make sure you filter it out as best you can. But I do enjoy like the positive energy that is like spread on TikTok, and some of the information, things that I did not know, I do learn and I do stay under my favorites. And I'm like, okay, this is actually information that I can take with me and use, in the spaces that I'm in. But you got to kind of, again, just filter out your timeline and keep yourself away from those things, because it can get wicked on there too. It could be some things that just be like, why is this on my, what's up with this? We already know the algorithm is like whacked out on every social media platform. TikTok is no different. But yeah, you just gotta make sure you filter those things out and just, like she said, just keep the positive, information flowing through your timeline.
And mother, I'm glad that you're mothering your kid instead of not letting TikToks anyway.
Thank
you.
you.
Like,
Thank you.
Like, what's going on? At least they have somebody to tell them exactly what it is. So that's a problem. A parent to say this is this and that. That's when it becomes dangerous. I think. Seriously, how do you keep up with that?
Right.
I can't do it.
So stressful. So stressful.
I have hard enough time with myself. But
okay.
I have kids too. I know what you mean.
Okay.
Positivity, period.
Yes, positivity. Work means yes.
I definitely love how y'all were definitely, connecting with each other. Just on, TikTok. I feel like TikTok was that girl before they killed it. It's like once they brought her back, she just wasn't the same.
Yeah.
I'm like, how like when Andy got new toys and he put away the other toys, that's what I felt like with TikTok.
Yeah. I think I was like, oh, that's a little dangerous.
God.
Say it again.
TikTok was going for that one day, right? TikTok wasn't it going for just one day?
Yeah, it was gone. Yeah. Like what? 12 hours?
Right.
That day?
That day they killed it and they came back a different person. I was just like,
they came back a different. That's not that same girl.
It was
I don't know her.
Oh shit!
They changed this
the whole off my TV.
Something else. Yeah.
She came back very. She just came back very filtered. Very racist. Everything I post goes under review now. I'm like, damn.
I tried to
say certain words.
Hey, I was like, this is something that I post every week, my dear y'all segment. Like
it goes under review. Like,
under review. I was like, what is this?
Know something?
Over TikTok.
See,
when I see
just giving me more reasons
Mother
to not go on TikTok
supporting the orange, I said, you sold us out. And we gave you endless content.
Didn't they put up like a message about Trump and all of that and when it went down?
Yes. Go on, tell us to thank him.
No, never. Clucking, never.
Who the hell I'm thinking? Mother TikTok.
Like, thank who?
When did Trump become in the house of TikTok?
And who let him in and kick him out?
Who let him in?
Elon Musk.
He be selling all our dicks, all our clips,
all the votes. Okay.
All the votes. We already got salt and performance already. We don't need that. But nonetheless, that if everyone else have chimed in, we're gonna move on. But I want to definitely play, before we move on to the next section, I want to definitely play some commercials for my people. What I want to do with, let me see.
I'ma stand on business, so my absence is felt. Cause you lost the prize, nigga. Wanted to vibe with you. Now I got a stunt on you, cause my pride's bigger. Guess you in the worst way, I was your doubt killer.
I'm gay, but if I wanted, I could take your bitch. I won't fuck her, but I'll show her that you are a Mitch. There are no rules being a heartbreak kid. I fucked and never came back. Why? Because that ass was mid.
I top every nigga that think he above me. Attitude, walk off the stair. You hating with no bag, how dare. You ugly with no mask, jump scare. Born chief of whatever I touch, you have. See, I'm a diva, I'm a bad bitch of achiever. Bitch, I'm lethal, no, I'm not trying to be relatable. Hell no, I'm a diva, I'm a bad bitch of achiever. Bitch, I'm lethal, no, I'm not trying to be relatable.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
At this point of the show, all the girls, go ahead and get your, get your things that you need to get. Do what you got to do. Be safe. Be prepared. I'm just kidding, y'all. So we are in the second quarter. We definitely is getting to these topics. Come on now, people. So we are in the second quarter, and just talking about president things and all those good things and stuff like that. I have wrote down this topic of Elon being the shadow president, and I wanted to see.
Clock it.
I mean,
I don't know who these people are. I
don't know who these people are.
That was a clock.
I like that one.
I can't.
That's a good one.
That was a silent clock. When you clock, you're like, oh, wait a minute, bitch. That was one of those. She got you. But yeah, so I wrote down Elon must be the shadow president because hey, I'm about the truth. No,
give me some facts. Give me some facts and support that.
Wait, I can't hear you, love.
Doesn't make any.
You're saying that, but give me some facts and support it. I understand
I'm gonna take you on a ride. I got you. I'm gonna take you on a ride. And this is just my thoughts. This is my thoughts. We don't gotta throw me in a fat book, but I got some facts, But what made me write this down as a topic is because if y'all been watching what he said, if you don't want nobody all up in the videos dancing, so that's what it's giving. It's giving very much like Elon. Elon is giving the middle of the situation. Like he all up in the situation, and I'm like, why is he in the Oval Office?
Who called him?
Why is he behind him?
Why is you here? Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Yeah, I know.
Because
he was
right. And I'm just like, he over here giving executive orders. Orange is over here alluding to him, helping him rid the situation. It's a lot going on. And and the reason why I put shadow president is because, you got Orange as the main front, but I think that's the president.
Yeah, no, correct.
She's the girl.
100% correct.
You thought Orange was the top when really she's the top and he's the bottom.
Literally.
Yeah. And the vice president is the side. Yeah.
Okay.
It's an orgy. But
it's definitely fun.
Right.
Yeah.
I really feel like he is everywhere in them pictures.
Can you pass me my charger? My phone's about to die.
Organizing the money.
What was that? What? I was at that in the Dutch. But I do feel like he's a shadow president, and I want y'all to weigh in on it. Like I said, this is me throwing my thoughts out there. This is what Spirit telling me. I wrote it down last night, and I was like, this is a shadow president because I feel like you're really not in the light, but you're in the light. But a lot of things is moving because of what I don't know if it's your motion with your money. I don't know if it's the Tesla. I don't know what it is.
A little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything.
It's giving verse, give a little verse agenda. Give, take, give. But at the same aspect, I'm just like, I feel like you should be sitting in the chair because it's giving like you this whisper in his ear, and he's like, yeah, take the foreigners away. Cut into that Social Security. Do this.
And it's bad enough we had the person that we didn't want in the seat, and now we got somebody else in his ear who is just as like, what is going on? And you whispering.
They got a nerve to be at the dinner, and he over here giving him a shout out. And he over here acting shy.
They pillow talking.
Elon Musk is in the building, y'all.
Who? Straight up pillow talking.
I was just like, child. I was like, if y'all are having a relationship, just let us know, because it's getting too close for comfort. I don't want to go to that ball, But I want to definitely see how y'all feel about it because I do feel like he is the shadow president, and I'm not, I'm saying in a space y'all gotta follow me in code. You know, we're on these platforms. I just feel like everything that is being orchestrated or authorized is running through her back door first.
How about that gender affirming care he has on his head? And he want to take away somebody's gender affirming care. The nerve!
Let's talk about it.
The nerve!
Obviously,
Go ahead.
Okay, again,
empty.
I know I'm alone, but I think that all this stuff is just stuff being said. I think that there's definitely a shake-up going on. And the president has never been the president. He's always been a shadow.
Right.
The president is not running nothing really. So we already know that the president is nothing but a face.
Oh, your light went out?
Wait,
what happened?
Hold on. Wow.
Lights out.
Okay, hold on. Just keep your mind. Go ahead. I'm listening.
You threw that shade and they said lights out. We all let Andy get her light together.
Every time we talk about Trump and everything, it's always name calling and just surface we people with what, honey, he's telling you right up front what's happening. Trump is being very transparent. He's letting you know exactly what Elon is doing here, and Elon is doing what he's supposed to be doing here. Getting the money together. Trump is basically gathering the other billionaires and giving them this motherfucking money got to get right. So that's what's happening. What happened before was they didn't give a shit about it. So they didn't hear about nobody else but the president because there wasn't nobody else trying to really do nothing. Trump is working with he needs different ideas. He needs different people. He needs regular people. He needs money people. He needs shit that's on because they didn't give a shit. So that's what's happening right now. Elon is there to advise him on the new shit, you know, the technology, what kind of money it's going to take to do these certain things. And they don't know that. So that's what he's there for. Not to mention, since he's been there, Trump has been out here talking about, honey, look at all this money they spending on this and this and this and that, fraud. Look at all this bullshit they doing. So he's being transparent and letting y'all know that y'all be getting worked the whole time. So this is what it is. Now, again, when you say Elon is there whispering in his ear, so that somebody could whisper in his ear some shit that he need to hear because that's what he needs. Why not? Elon is
it's the shadow. That's why I came up with the shadow president because I said you really not you weren't sworn in, but you in the shadow, baby. You are the girl.
Like every other president. Like every other president.
Yes. But the thing about it, but this is the first time we ever seen what a president think. Well, far as publicly, why, girl? Where's his labels at? You're a Tesla. You're a billionaire. Okay, but why the hell you in the Oval Office? You just throwing the shots.
He's not calling shots. He's calling shots by money because again, they were spending all the money. That's for one. So we already fucked up with that. But I'm just saying, like, and take away from the various undertones of it. And think about why he might keep doing other reasons. You know what I'm saying? Why it's got to be various just because he said, like, you know what I mean? Even if he was spending.
But what you said in the spaces of them, you know, having someone feeding them information, doing new things and all that stuff. I could see it. And that's why I said, that's why I clocked that. So this must be the shadow president. It just came to me. I'm watching, I'm looking at it, I'm looking at all this stuff before I'm writing the thing out. And I'm like, it's a shadow president. Like what?
Yeah.
What else? What do y'all feel about that? About, you know, Miss Elon?
I just feel that Spirit has prepared me about 7 or 8 years ago for what's happening right now. You know, me being a trans person, you know what I mean? This world and this nation was not built with me in mind. And that's how I feel. I came to that conclusion a couple of years ago. And that's when I said, you know, I said to myself, I'm going to start business. And I'm glad that I did, because if America is a business, all of these Caucasian men are businesses. Therefore, I'm going to be a business. You know what I mean? And I will be okay. I will be okay no matter who's in office, because they don't run no show over here.
Come on.
Right.
You know, and that's when I started encouraging, you know, people that were in my community and those who I was in proximity to, you know, to do kind of the same thing. That way, you know, government has never been in your life that much to try to dictate what you do anyway. You know what I mean? So, it starts with you, it starts with self, and build your own brand, business, whatever you're doing up. You know what I mean? That way, whatever the hell that they're doing is not going to freaking affect you. It's especially not your pocket if you're doing your business the right way with integrity.
If you're doing right, because it's a business,
right?
It's not. And I tell people all the time, it's not personal, it's spiritual. A lot of removing people from your life, it's not personal, it's spiritual. And I think if we do get it, I mean, obviously, if we do adjust to that space of being a business culture, then you can understand the rigging and all that stuff like that as well. Outside of business, outside of those spaces, people are taking it more in a personal, manner of things. And one thing about me, I'm very observant. I'm a Libra. I'm very observant. I'm an air sign. I watch shit. I watch the left. I watch the right. I know what's going on. And I was like, this man is in the Oval Office. He's whispering in his ears. He acting shy at these damn dinners when he's introducing him. I'm like, girl, what is going on? Is the deal? What's going on? What is happening right here? But I do feel like I always say that they always talk about the Antichrist to things and stuff like that. And I always say that technology, sorry, phone. Hey. I always say technology in the computer. You start saying shit, they start tussling. I always say technology is the Antichrist. The reason why is because people for many years are always trying to merge us with technology. They're always trying to create these AIs. AIs is now having music careers and acting careers and stuff like that. And them bitches invisible. I was like, what? Even models.
Child, it's Marvel thing, bitch.
How do you say Antichrist? And you on it right now. Like, come on. You support the Antichrist, man. You know what I mean? Technology is not the Antichrist. It's the Antichrist that's the anti-Christ. I'm saying, we use technology right now to join together like this. So are we, like supporting the Antichrist? So no, it's not that.
Because I feel like, and because the reason why I say it is because they always try to warn us about these coming days and this is that and floods and watch the birds and wow the they always gave us this warning of what is this supposed to be, Judgment Day or whatever the situation is. They always gave us these warnings, and I feel like because they always try to merge those two things together, that's why there's always an issue sometimes with things, is because you're trying to make this robot feel human emotions. It's not gonna feel like it might emote. It might raise its voice and stuff like that, but it does not feel the emotions that we feel in our human body. But then also, if you go even further, even Elon was doing the thing with that, the nano thing, putting it in people's brains and stuff like that. I forgot what it was supposed to be doing for people. But it's like
making them talk and walk.
Right. So it's
that being something that can be used for that. But, I mean, technology in general is definitely helping a lot of people. It's definitely, you know what I mean. So you can be used for either or.
Technology has helped. Technology helping us right now.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Technology.
But I do. Put a blanket term on it.
Right. No, I agree. But what I feel is that technology is something that, at some point, too much of her is what's dividing us. When you go out, people are always on their phone. When you go when you having these intimate moments, baby, let me record it. Baby, we don't fans. Put that phone away. What's going on?
Like desensitized.
Desensitized. When people are dying, they're grabbing their phone.
You also cannot live in this world too without it. It's like you have to know what's going on currently with technology to even be a part of the world in a way.
Yeah. The people that don't have social media, etc., they be very clueless to what's going on in the world. They don't know what's happening. They don't know who's dying. And it's like, so it's kind of, in a way, you subscribe yourself to this. But then at the same aspect, I feel like even when you think about things, how many times y'all thought about something and it's popping up on your timeline?
Okay.
How many times you just talking to somebody about that butter pecan pie?
Okay.
And now you see this old ass white lady get holding this pie.
I have stories about that.
It's like technology is really trying. It's technology trying to mimic. It's like even when I be arguing with Siri, sometimes she trying to tell me how to, and I'm like, I said, Siri, play that damn.
I don't work for you.
Wait, let me know. I said I'm just like, play that damn song that I just told you to play. I ain't say play the greatest hits. Play that
Do you
one.
guys remember? Do you guys remember Kendrick's ADHD? He was like, "Technology want my soul." He put that out like 10 years ago.
Yes, even they had a movie about that the AI thing, and the girl was slowly becoming real and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, can you keep a secret? No, I can't. Back the hell up. So it's just like I just feel like in many ways, and just to bring it back, information is a prevalent privilege thing, because if you know better, you do better. I do see the show American Gods. That's a good show as well. That talks about everything up there, baby. But go get into it. That's another show that was canceled too early too. Same with Lovecraft. Anything that's feeding us some type of real information.
I think often the midst of a nonsense.
I also too want us to be careful about being a group mind too. I want us to be careful about, just because you're this way, you must think this way. Just because you're this way means that. Because that's what happens to a lot of us. You know what I mean? It's really giving this is bad because we black. Or it's some bullshit. Like, that's a real scary mentality too, because we already like that. You know what I mean? So especially with this old gay thing, it's that kind of like a one-mindedness. It's us that actually the most, right? So they know how to get us into that one mind of, you feel me? So this whole, like I said, again, not just saying this because, or any Trump or anything, but this whole thing that they're trying to make you like he's the Antichrist and all that, because he ain't already been here. He was here already. We did poison. We ain't died. We ain't in no sweat cancer. Okay, we didn't fucking cast things. It's not that. So now to make us think that he's coming along to be Hitler again, and we all gonna be James. Come on, we gotta think for ourselves and think like what's really happening in front of our face. In front of our face, Biden's falling over and busting his ass. Nobody's saying that. In front of our face, everybody's just, it's a mess. We can't even speak anymore. We can't talk about freely online. So that's not something that's liberal. That's not something that they are taking our freedoms too, acting like they're trying to give us freedom. So it's bullshit.
Even with the apps, the apps want to have so much access to your phone. Yeah,
all your pictures.
Right, and they be mad at me.
I be scared sometimes. I'm like, don't
all about data. It's all about
your location.
And your data and your data and your data and your data and all of our data.
Yes.
To sell and share.
Don't post that. Don't you do that.
Yeah. They take that data and then sell it.
We can't even think we have this great essay and all that. We know what we're talking about. Like, why can't we speak anymore? That doesn't seem legal to me. That seems like we want us to all be the same thing. So I'm not gonna, subscribe to that. And we're still in America where, trans people and all that stuff. Well, honey, we've been here a long time before any presidents. We've been here long after, and we can still start a business. That means this country that we're living in still warrants us to be able to do that. So it's something that's okay about this country. I'm just saying, back in the day, I mean, you couldn't even go out and trans nothing and we know nothing. So the fact that we have that, we can have a business, we can have a platform, that means something. We still have our freedoms. We still have some, there's some we don't. So everything cannot possibly there are victims trying to kill us, no, that's not it. It's just another way that we have to think for ourselves, but also understand when things start to change for the better, it's gonna be uncomfortable. You gotta shake shit up. It's gonna be uncomfortable. So if we're the same all the time and chilling, we all right, like it's been, shit ain't gonna change because we fucked up. So I just think it's comfortable with this change a little bit, wait it out and see what's going on. But shit is getting shaken up, and just don't be all in one mind, one mindset, like.
Right.
Expand that mind.
Well, that's something as well that they're trying to do with somebody said not arguing with. I don't want to say her name because she might start acting funny with me, but y'all see on that screen that name. I'm sorry.
Okay. Right, because
but we do be tussling over songs. So I'll be in the shower. I'll be like, please put on
not what I asked for.
Right. I'll be like, put on that slow dance by Carrie Hilson, please. Thank you.
Personally, I just think that there needs to be way more trans women of color, trans women of color, trans women of certain cultures that should be in positions of power, because there are way too many Caucasian men speaking on what to do with trans shit. And
Yeah.
that's where my thing is. And too many people speaking on the trans experience that haven't experienced it.
That ain't
You know what I
changed.
mean? They don't know what that life experience is. So how are you going to freaking try to dictate what bathroom to use, what sports team to play on,
and why don't we get to say
fucking things?
And why don't we get to say what it is? That's crazy. Everybody else gets to say what it is. Why don't we get to say what it is? We're the thing. Ask us.
Yeah. The mama, the baby. You know,
that's what it is.
situation.
Definitely something that is and something that isn't. So can we tell y'all why you non-bind? You know, no, this bind, this is combined. There's a certain way it is and it isn't. We don't get to say it.
Well, I don't get it.
Because that's what's happening, you know. They sabotage our movement. That's why them girls get very, man or woman, get out the bathroom. Because they talking to these motherfucking non-binary bullshit, that sexual perverts who acting like they're trans. Now all of a sudden they like, you're doing too much. And they all doing too much. So therefore they act like that's trans. No, that's not trans. I mean, I don't know them. We don't fuck with them. That's Stop acting like that's the thing. They're important to me right now, but they're killing us. So we back here scared to even talk. You feel me? Like,
but you want to take our rights, but we don't exist, bitch. Which one is it? Like,
it can't be both. Not to mention, they don't want to take our rights. They don't want to take our rights. They want to take the rights from them perverts that they talk about, because that ain't us. So just think about it. This wasn't an issue a long time ago on a political stage like that, because we ain't that many people. It's now that they see these weirdos, like I said, who else going to act in front of the street. They like, that's too much, and it is. You don't
and most of them that's doing it isn't they
want to be around each other. That's not it. That's not us. So they need to let us say what it is, and then stay out of those spaces and be. What we wrestling for? Y'all know that ain't the day. Shut up. Ain't nobody became no 10 want to wrestle. So boom, that's not it. The bitches I hear all this, you know what I'm saying, bitch. When you come to sports, it's something of different things. We are not wrestling and do all that extra shit. So stop. That's not it.
Right. No, go ahead. Let it out. Empty that clip.
That's not it.
That's what it's all about. Emptying it.
And that's what they're saying right now. They call me George today. I'm still gonna go to that bathroom. There's nothing gonna happen. Nobody's gonna say shit. I'm still gonna be accepted after a woman like I've been for the last 35 years. So it's really now. Thank you, Trump, for saying man or woman, because now ain't no more I just identify. I feel like no, bitch. You're gonna bind and you're gonna motherfucking live the life, or else. So that's it. Right. It's not. This is the world that we live in. You have to be a presentable adult when you go outside. So it's that's what's given. It's not necessarily about being man or woman. It's about being presentable or not. When you go to the bathroom, if you're making such a scene that people are uncomfortable, get the fuck out. That could be a bum, that could be a granny, that could be a dime, whatever. You got nails on and a whole beard. Go somewhere. No, that's not the thing. I'm sorry. You could be whatever that is, but a damn sure ain't trans. It damn sure makes you uncomfortable, and that's it. So I don't know. Be normal. Whatever that is outside, and go inside and do your stuff. And stop saying what you're doing is now the new trans and the new there and layer and who. That is nothing. That doesn't mean that's nothing. All that dating stuff, QIA, bye, it's nothing. QIA is nothing. It's LGBT and LGBT, but that's it. It's LGBT. That's what it is. That's all. So again, once that QIA came in, you saw how every shit went haywire. Okay? No shade. We've been here before the QI and all that, right? This was never an issue in the public ballot or a political term or like this. It's weaponized because of these perverts. Nan, sis, can I ask you a question? Are these white men not getting up in drags to have the girls? That's what they doing. Like seriously.
You said why are they why?
They doing that. That's what they doing. So that's all. Now they're just talking to them like this.
Child, they've been doing it. I've seen a lot of. I've had a lot of them as clients, honey. This is what they do. They've been doing it.
Now they put a microphone.
You know what I mean? Not to put their profession out there, but this is something that has been happening for at least the 3 decades that I've been out. You know what I mean?
No. I mean,
you know what I mean? The internet kind of brings all of us and all of the things into this big melting pot, and people can easily see something and be like, oh, and be, infatuated with it. Like a lot of these transitions, especially with this influx of Caucasian men thinking that they can just transition and thinking comes from them seeing the freaking girl.
They are fucking perverts. And they are perverts. It's a sexual perversion. It is. So again, and we see the Candace Owens and the people talking about this, and you think, wow, they're talking shit about it. They're talking about those people. You know what I mean? Like, they're not. It's not us. It's not no attack on us. Really, we attacking that too. If we have the platform, we don't want that either. Because again, they're making a mockery of something that we have lived and fucking died for. So again, there's no way in hell that transition I was coming up on, there could be any type of discrepancy, because you stayed your ass in the house for a year straight, taking your hormones, getting yourself together, living as con before you even thought about going outside talking about you or something. So there's no way in hell that you are not the thing. Hormones
There's a
are not
different formula to it. Right.
Hormones are not justice, their mentality or their fucking muscle formation. Like,
our we focused on self. We focused on self because there was this thing called dysphoria that we had. These
Right.
don't have no kind of dysphoria, but they walk out with goals and long beards and all of that. That's not dysphoria.
And again, dysphoria or not, transition one to the next. It ain't no I feel like, I identify like, trans to the like. Okay, that's it. So if it's not no transition,
Come to the
you
light,
ain't
Caroline.
trans. Why is
Right.
that a thing? Why is it hard to believe? Why is that hard to say it's grass?
Okay.
I'm not calling you that's one person all day.
Well, we got to hit that next topic, y'all. All right. But I appreciate
Yeah,
I appreciate the passion.
go ahead. But this is a trigger, bitch. I'm looking for a new book.
I'm ready.
Okay. Well, this next one might be a trigger too. But...
Oh, girl, come on, 7 now. Shit.
What's that? What's the topic? Bring it on, man.
The next one is civil rights and DEI programs being erased, and how do we feel about that?
Johnny's, because I want to hear from Johnny's.
I want to hear you.
Well, let Johnny's refresh herself. So we're gonna throw the mic. Well, my girl been holding it. She been holding the mic down for a minute. Give that mic to somebody else.
Please don't.
That tore me the hell up. I want to hear from Mo.
Well, they thought that DEI meant black, so now that they're suffering to all the white women and the veterans as well. So that's been a real thing to look at on the internet. Everybody is like, "Oh, I didn't know it was going to happen to me," because they thought it did.
Right.
Yeah. While we sit back and kiki.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think as well, like I said, like when we talked about earlier, if it's happening to you, it can happen. If it's happening to your neighbor, it can happen to you. I think that's where a lot of people started gagging at again. Even and one, I'm gonna bring it back to TikTok just for a little bit. Tabitha, hey girl, that was a brown. I had some very mixed reviews because I remember watching her live and they doing what they doing with her in the store and stuff like that. And she was like, well, y'all still can support it. Just buy my products. Basically, that's what it was given. And I said, baby, if I'm boycotting everything. I'm not buying your shit. I'm selling your shit if I wanted to. But I'm not buying shit. That's not the point of boycotting. It's like,
when she mentioned her things being sold in this place that we will not name because we are boycotting her down to the ground, and I'm so glad we are, because I don't shop at her anyway. But I think what her approach should have been like, how about you just get my product from my website? Like, I'm pretty sure she has a website where she sells her things. I was just like, Tabitha,
talking about she don't know where she gonna put all the product at. Girl, you better get on
you have a website. I'm sure that links to all of your products that can be shipped to people's homes. Let's do it that way. Get away from where you place your business. And I understand that you're making a lot of money over there, but you're still gonna get your money because you still have your fan base and you have the ones that follow and support you. You're gonna be okay. Let go of that. But I also had to think maybe she's tied into some type of contract.
Contract.
That's what I thought about as well.
She's between a rock and a hard place.
We're worried about the things being sold over there, but we're going to focus on that contract. Yeah.
That part, and I definitely do feel like that she is in some contracts. But when I was watching it live, and I'm over here like, I'm just like listening to her, and then when she said that part, I was like, maybe we forgot what boycotting is.
Right.
I'm not buying your product.
Ain't no buses but mine.
It don't make no sense for us to still go there, because she basically gave like, listen, I'm in the contract still. Go buy my shit, please.
I mean, I think she said it without saying it. Like, baby, I'm
Yes.
locked in. But I was just like, but Tabitha, you could have just been like, but if you don't want to shop there, how about you go to my website, TabithaBrown.com.
And guess what? And when you go to my website and you go to that last little page, type in black for 50% off. Or give us something. Give us something.
You can get your coin, you have to go like this.
You got
She over here talking about she can't fit her product in her warehouse.
I'm still trying to sell the product.
She don't have a warehouse to put all the product. You better go find one.
Okay.
You better go get a U-Haul.
Oh, that's weird.
Tabitha the E, but we just
Because I'm not buying shit from there. I'm not doing it. And I don't care. And I don't care how sweet she sound.
And even if you was having problems, don't tell don't tell the internet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It was very much a Tabitha could have put that in the newsletter or something. It was just like Tabitha.
Right.
I was with her in the beginning, and then when I heard that part, I said, wait a minute.
Honestly, that was the only part that she lost me at. I was just like very much like, I really want to support Black woman.
I was like, if Johnny had 5 apples and he gave 2 to Susie,
not like the other one.
And he gave 1 to Carmichael at the lunch.
I'm sorry, I brought an eyeliner for $15.
I was confused. I said, I'm not following. No.
Yeah.
No.
I would want to sell on my own website because you get to keep all the money. Not all of it, but you keep a
The
larger
reason why I have a
percentage.
website. Thank you.
Yeah. And then
Give me
you
my
collect
shit,
people's
team.
email addresses and you get to
Yes.
contact. Like if you're just selling at Target, they have all their information for your customers. And then
I would have created
they're
a
the
cute,
middleman.
I would have created a cute little code. It would have said F blank.
Oh, you guys remember that LL Cool J Gap
40%
ad where
off.
he was like, for us, buy us on the low, and he was dissing Gap in their own commercial? Y'all remember
Yes.
that? Yeah.
And that's another thing too. The luxury of Black-owned brands and us really buying it. And I'm not talking about the girls that we're buying right now. I'm talking about when we were doing the FUBU and Fat Farm.
No,
Baby Fat. Go ahead, give me a little baby fat little situation.
Yeah,
Little
I was
Juicy
into all of
Couture.
that.
Okay,
Apple bottoms.
got your little cherry blossom sprayer on. What? You couldn't tell me shit. You know, we really had the luxury of wearing our shit.
Right.
Because
And
Black
that
and
needs to
brown
come back
dollars
because
make
our
the world go round.
consumerism.
They said
We need to bring our consumerism to these brands, join them together like they did in those times where it was food, baby fat, all of those things.
Yeah.
You know,
It was a luxury. It was literally a I didn't know he was going to say it was literally a luxury to have those things. So I definitely wanted to just, tap in with that with y'all. But again, y'all were just laughing at the trans women. Y'all were just laughing at the gays. Y'all were just laughing at the Asian and the African girls that may not be able to get their PrEP.
Now look, we laughing at y'all.
Now what? You thought you was special.
They always say the best girl will have the best laugh, because baby, we laugh.
You thought you was special.
It's always funny.
Now you can't even shop at that place no more without feeling guilt. They don't like your black ass. All right, so moving forward. Oh shoot! Why I got a lot of triggering shit up here?
You were in your bag.
Listen. So, the next one is Black Hollywood, Paycheck to Paycheck.
My pay's too fat.
How do we feel about the illusion, Jerry? how do we feel about the illusion now dissolving? The girls that we thought that was wearing the Michael Kors and the Balenciagas and Tafar and, you know, the trench coats and minks, bust down 40 inches, titties up here, ass out. What? How do we feel? But how do we feel about that illusionary space now? Because Hollywood is see-through right about now. I don't know about y'all. I see through the shit. I'm like, hello?
I don't seeing through the shit, but that's another topic for a different day.
Right. Right. You know, but how do we feel about a lot of the people that we grew up on in the Disney eras and etc. coming to the internet and crying about no residuals?
I would say shut up.
I'm about to say, because we always struggling for a long time, baby. We just now getting here.
I'm sorry. I don't feel bad. I don't feel like you like 800,000 for the episode. I'm just thinking, you know,
that was funny. Whoever said that.
Done anything to give back, but a lot of them have not, and the ones that are crying are the ones that have not, because the ones who have been ain't saying nothing. They like, baby, I'm saying I did my part in that.
And you want to know something? It's like this cruel, like I said, life gives you a very cruel joke. Like it's like life has a cruel way of giving a joke to you, like ha ha ha, because it's like for a very long time they try to live on this pivotal, like, yeah, look at us, look at our shiny cars, and we're Malibu Ave, and we got Mocha and Choka, and you know, got a little dawning. You know, they gave us this illusion, and we was buying it for one point. We was like, bitch, I want to be a little beach bomb. You know, I want to be a little Paris Hilton. You know, and then we start getting through. Well, we ain't talking about Paris Hilton though, because we know money. Hey, girl, how you doing, girl? I want to hang out with you. Okay. But we looked at that world as this height, and then as we became adults, we were like, bitch,
it's really not bad.
We're on the same tax bracket.
You struggling like me, baby. You just make your shit look more glamorous.
Exactly. Your shit got glitter in it. Yeah, that's your problem. And I feel like that's the thing. I was like, when I was seeing it last year, the year before that, everybody was coming out one by one, and it was given very much like a Me Too moment in a sense. She said, "Oh, it's Me Too."
Yeah,
I ain't seen shit since High School Musical. And I'm like, ooh. I'm like, they did try to profit off of you.
I noticed that the people up here, like I noticed, like from my experience, the people that last, they're some of the nicest people. Like they're real humble, but it's like the people that's like, oh, I'm better than you. I got this Michael Kors bag.
Instagram
like
girls.
I'm like dumping on you. Like they're the ones that have those
rented
full
Airbnbs.
circle moments. Yeah, like
not your real
I feel
home.
like. Yeah, they feel like they gotta do that to fit in.
Rental.
I don't know what they feel, but
get like a car and then down payment. Like, come on, sell it back, man. Get it back together.
Right.
We like your down payment, your little car.
But you want to know something? And this is just to go back to, remember when the whole thing came out with Will Smith in the original Aunt Viv, and how she said she struggled because the difficult Black woman thing was attached to her career. And you watch this person that lied. It was, you know, it was a lie. She wasn't really difficult, but you watch this person pivotal. You see Will everywhere. Love Will now. Would love to hang out with y'all. You know, I don't know what's going on. I don't know, you know, but I would love to hang out. But you know, I love the Wills. I love the Smiths. You know, I want to play the guitar. I want to be around. You know, I want to have fun. But at the same aspect, just to think about just a Black woman again. You got this career. You in a very male-dominated space. It's hyper masculine, and then this boy that's just trying to figure out how his nutsack just dropped is telling you that you're difficult to work with when it's not the truth. You just gave him truth that he couldn't take at that age. That's what it really was.
Yeah.
That's what it really was. That's really what it be with elders and younger people. That elder gave them some truth and they just couldn't digest it. And then when they got to their 30s and 40s, the pill went down the throat a little bit more smoother, which is acceptance, truth. So it's like, when you think about that, I'm like, damn, she was struggling. And we watching the light-skinned Viv, and I'm like, who the hell is this lady? You know,
Yo,
they just put her in. They even try to keep the same color. You know, they just, you know, and they even made jokes at it when what's his name was like, "I'm Viv, you look different." You know, they even like it was like it was some cool shit. It was cool. Yes, I'm just like it gagged me because I'm like, this woman really struggled for a very long time, you know, and she was in an abusive marriage at that time too.
That light skin bitch never did that dance bitch in that white motherfucking tall girl. You crazy? Light skin bitch have never ever.
Right. And it's so many people outside of those spaces that get deemed that, and they're not that. They're not difficult to work with. They're not these, you know, bitchy people and stuff like that. And they miss out on so much. You know, so just me looking at, I just wanted to put that up there because I just was like looking at Hollywood through this glass mirror right about now. As like, I'm like, baby, I ain't really what I thought y'all was back in 2006.
Okay.
You know, it's not really that E-checks ain't really hitting, is it? You know.
You can market that. You can market that whole bitch thing. You know, like make that your whole thing. Like, you know, be bitch with your bros. Like, I don't know. I think Viv could have turned that into something more. Like, she still was Viv. Like, still, you know, love her in my heart like to this day. So she could do something with that too.
Yeah, no shade. No shade.
I feel
but
like
I did want
social
to circle
media
back
contributed.
around. Oh,
I
who
was
was talking?
saying, I feel like social media contributed a lot to the glass house effect because, like, yeah, you can't, like, people put all their business on social media now, like the celebrities, so you can't really fake the funk. Like, I like Threads and I used to like Twitter because, you know, Instagram's aesthetically pleasing. You could fake, like, in pictures, make yourself look a certain way. But with Threads, like, you can't fake, like, being able to read and comprehend and communicate effectively. And then on TikTok, like, your videos, they're going to tell on you unless you're just sitting there, like, taking pictures of yourself listening to music. Like, once you start talking, people are going to find out about you. So I feel like the internet contributed to the lights coming on. Like, everybody's seeing who people are now.
That is true.
I want my celebrities more. I don't want to know how you business like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, it's something to aspire to. Like, we know them bitches ain't shit, so it's like, oh damn, bitch, you just like Ryan, bitch. Be untouchable, bitch. Like, let me aspire to that. Like, you know, all
They just put a little glitter in the shit. That's all I say.
But I remember we just used to look at them as. I think we used to look at them as people. We used to look at them as like untouchable people, like people that just like we inspire to be, but we don't know too much about them. We
that
just know
era
when they show
of
up,
celebrity
is how they
is
show
gone.
up.
But that's why we reach so high. I don't think we're reaching high anymore because we know that's not a thing. Like, reach the high where you think you can never get to and you get somewhere around there. You know what I mean? Like, glitter up some shit a little bit. Everybody's shit now just the same. Let's show me some glitter shit. My life, bitch. Like, you know, that's why people not doing nothing no more. They just on YouTube, a fucking show, whatever. Because they're inspired to try to be like a glam. Like, I don't know, a little bit more glam and shit. It's like, I don't want to know all your business. Like, you know?
Right.
Yeah,
no shade.
So I said every time a news blast comes out, it's like, why do I need to know that? Well, here's the thing. Let's use, for example, people getting a divorce. Like, why do I need to know this? Why do I need to know that they're divorcing? They don't know when I broke up with somebody. They don't know what my relationship is. Why do I need to know this about
And we
these
getting
people?
every detail of the divorce too. We getting all the tea.
I've seen legal documents of the case. Like,
right.
Why do I need to see?
Like, why do
Why
we
do I
need
need
to
to know how
read
many
that?
cars they own? Why I don't need to know this.
Right.
I don't need to know this.
It's kind of like the information is a little bit too much sometimes.
I don't need to know this. I'm still look, especially if I'm a huge like a fan of them. Like, wait a minute.
Now you want to get artists that you love, you want to get them bitches a hug. Like, you feel bad for them. Like, come live with me, bitch. Fuck it. Like, you
I feel bad that you just lost your mansion or whatever. Like, and then the divorce element. Yeah, and y'all gotta split the custody, and you the mother. Now wait a minute. What?
Bitch, you gotta live out there in the basement, bitch. Y'all people want to move out. Nah, I'm coming in my basement, bitch.
That's the story that I'm thinking of. We in the same space. Like,
Right. No shade. So
yeah.
So and also just in other Hollywood news and stuff like that, you know, we had one of the, you know, main horror men Candyman. Tony Todd, recently left us. He is in the upcoming Final Destination, so I am definitely gonna go support. His last role is in that one.
Wow.
But
I just seen
how
the
did they
trailer.
pay him no mind?
I'm like,
Because if
They didn't give him no real shout out.
Nothing.
He wasn't highlighted at none of them damn Global Globe shows.
This guy, he might come back, bitch. He was Kanye Durant. They say his name too much, bitch. It's gonna be shame. Okay.
Right, no shit, Candyman.
I'll see you talking about it right
Say it
now.
5 times. I got a mirror too. Say it 5
I'll
times.
see it right now.
Absolutely not. Will not.
Absolutely.
God bless you, Tony, but absolutely not.
leave the
God
chat.
bless you, baby.
Right.
Look, how do I turn this camera off?
Right.
Mute this mic.
Yeah.
I'm almost kind of like
Thanks,
me.
Tony.
I'm saying.
Say it. Go ahead.
Okay, y'all coming back. That's sure.
But
Rest
I
in
do
peace.
feel like not just him, but it's so many other, very cultural contributing artists, actors, etc. that are Black that they're looked over during those award shows, and they spent their whole life feeding the machine, which is the industry, given to the industry. We know as artists what it feels like to be in the industry. We know what it is to like, okay, put this out, put that out, do this, do that. Like you giving so much to this entity, that's what it is, that hopefully at the end you are at a satisfaction. And you don't feel like you just wasted all this time chasing something that was kind of already within you,
Right.
But I do feel like they played in his face, and I should have broadcasted there and did like this with the mirror. I said, now y'all want to play? Say it. But I do feel like right. I do feel like I wanted this, like, just send big love to his family. We want to definitely shout him out because he was a part of our childhood. He did scare the hell out of us at one point. Baby, bees coming out the mouth, all that stuff like that. Didn't look at a mirror right ever since then. But but at the same aspect.
On, baby. Keep them on.
Baby, lights on. Lights on.
Yeah.
But I love horror movies. I was born in October, so it's like that's my people be watching, they little comfort shows. I be watching horror movies. That's my comfort show sometimes, I love it. But at the end of the day, I do feel like there's so many Black actors and again musicians, etc. that once they go, it's like they be like, all right, give them like 5 seconds. Even if they get 5 seconds, sometimes they don't get 5 seconds. Y'all pay this man dust. He contributed to so many movies, so many different cultural things. Candyman alone was just a movement.
I really didn't know. Like, what else was he in? I really didn't know he did other stuff besides Candyman.
He was in Final Destination. He got a resume. He was in Final Destination. He was in Candyman. He was in a few of the Candymans. He was in. I've seen him in a lot of shows that I didn't think I would see him in. Like he played in a lot of TV shows. He did a lot of guest appearances in different spaces. But the most prominent one, obviously, is Candyman. In another movie, I'm trying to think of the damn name. But at the same aspect, it's like, again, they paid him dust. They didn't show him on prompters. Right. They up there crying. Oh my gosh! I just want to thank.
Yeah, I did not see him up there.
I just want to thank Beth for believing in me. I just want to thank Tony the Tiger for giving me the chance to eat cereal. I just want to thank Reese Cups for making it peanut butter for me.
Thank you, Beyonce, for writing the speech.
When I came on the stage, my mother said, "Take it in."
Are we gonna talk tonight too? Why everybody
this is for my marginalized girls.
What's happening?
This is for my tops. This is for my bottoms. This is for my verses.
Tony Todd.
This is for my sides. Thick girls, thickums. All right, but anyway, but they did all that and still didn't give him shit. It said, and nothing for Tony. So yeah, who's coming out next? Denzel Washington. Like they played in his face. They played in his face. They played it. I'm sorry, I'm Ken. But we're gonna go into our next commercial break, and then we got what 1, 2, 3, 4. Got a few more topics, and then we're gonna be up out of here. But I appreciate y'all sharing space with me tonight.
Yes.
Let me play some commercials. They don't pay me. Let me pay them.
Because if I had it my way, I would be with you. The last time that I talked to you, I told you I'll come to visit you. Then my mother comes in my room, and I knew that I wouldn't see you.
I top every nigga that think he above me. Attitude, walk off the stair. You hating with no bag? How dare you?
Smackdown, it's over, yeah, I win. I'ma give it to him raw like the WWE. I'm
I'm gay, but if I wanted, I could take your bitch. I won't fuck her, but I'll show her that you are a Mitch. There are no rules being a heartbreak kid. I fucked and never came back. Why? Because that ass was mid. I might just hit him to get off, but don't text me, ho. This dick closed as soon as I walk up out the door. You might think I'm vulgar, but I don't make this shit for kids. I'm too old to worry about someone who don't pay a bill. Feel what I'm saying? Cause I ain't playing.
We going back in. Just like this. Bitch, I'm alive in a motherfucking booth right now. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. This bitch recording. I'm going in. Love.
Just like a pimple, yeah, you know that I be poppin' shit. Yeah, I'm married to my money, bitch. Only fucking real bitches who don't do no ass kissing. Twinkle little stars.
Smackdown, it's over, yeah, I win. I'ma give it to him raw like the WWE. I'm the people's champ, the one they really came to see. You bitches gimmick everything I do and still can't fuck with me. You niggas fresh like some jeans, flows funny like a meme. Gon' hang it up, Samsung, yeah, flat screen. Come through in that big body, custom made Balenciaga, Vinci Valentino, yeah, that shit be all on my body. Talking out the Satra neck, yeah, that's some shit to get you by. Clean sweet, call it Beyonce, that's some shit to get me back. Earns a black Ferrari, Halloween up in this bitch.
8, 8, 9.
6 hours?
Smackdown, it's over, yeah, I win. I'ma give it to him raw like the WWE. I'm the people's champ, the one they really came to see. You bitches gimmick everything I do and still can't fuck with me. You niggas fresh like some jeans, flows funny like a meme. Gon' hang it up, Samsung, yeah, flat screen. Come through in that big body, custom made Balenciaga, Vinci Valentino, yeah, that shit be all on my body. Talking out the Satra neck, yeah, that's some shit to get you by. Clean sweet, call it Beyonce, that's some shit to get me back. Earns a black Ferrari, Halloween up in this bitch.
All right. I had to definitely play some commercials real quick. And definitely shout out to everybody that submitted and paid for some paid commercial slots. Definitely amazing. Hold on. Let me pull up the little timeline. Shout like we done did a shift. Okay. Wait, also, Mo, tell everyone what just dropped as well, and then we're gonna move into the new topic. What did you just release?
So very quickly, just 3 days ago on the 25th, I dropped a single called Deadline. This is my first single of a new project that I will be releasing soon, very soon.
And it's on all platforms?
Yes, on all platforms.
Give me that right now. Give me a little verse. Give me a little song.
I'm just gonna sing it a cappella. No.
I get you together, honey. I got
She said, give it up. Okay. So
I got my microphone and everything ready to go.
Darling. I'm going ready.
Yes. So we about to move into that next. I'm gonna play one more commercial and we're about to move right into this last third quarter.
Now to the stage, Jimmy Alexander.
Wrong one, y'all. I'm trying to load up over here. But all right, I'm gonna circle back around to that. But as we are doing, we're in the third quarter, and this topic, I wrote this topic down as well. Sorry, my eyes watering a little bit. I wrote this topic down as well, the erasing of HBCUs, and I definitely want someone to take the lead as I could figure some things on my end. And let me know how you feel about the eraser of, HBCUs. If y'all look up things, or if y'all did some, little research or so, you notice that a lot of them are closing all over in different states or so. It's kind of like, we're being forced. Keep that to myself. But anyway, how are y'all feeling about this? And have y'all been doing research on what's going on with the HBCUs? And, remember when we was growing up, watching Martin and all that stuff like that, it was always advocated on their shirts. And, they kind of want us, we kind of wanted to have that experience of going to HBCU. And most of us probably up here have been the one, But yeah, let me know how y'all feeling about that. How are y'all feeling about the eraser of HBCUs?
I don't like that
I
at
think
all.
people realizing they don't need college. I think us Black people are realizing that we don't need that institution. It's probably outdated. Like it's like you don't really need that to spend that much money or to go to school that long to be successful. I think maybe that's something we more are realizing now. So it could be that too. I think a lot of the time
That's a different perspective.
Yeah, but I also think what's really, really fucked up about this whole situation is that a lot of people have put in the work to get their degrees and build memories in those places that they went to school for, and probably try to follow some tradition that maybe their parents, you know what I'm saying? All of that history is about to be erased. You know what I mean? Right. And now it's where do we go from here? You know what I mean? Now that you're taking all of these schools away from us, and a lot of people who really work hard in school to go to these schools, now they can't because it's not there. You know what I mean? Now can they fulfill what their father or their mother did, or they want to, join fraternities or sororities, or you know what I'm saying? Can they do all those things now? Now they can't because it's no more institution for them to do so. So I just think it's another opportunity for them to take away something that, even though some way or another belongs to the people, them. You know what I mean? But we still got into those spaces and made it our own, and now it's being just snatched away because they can't.
What's the narrative behind it? I haven't really done research on it. Why are they saying why are they telling us that they're doing that? You know what I mean? What is supposed to be the benefit or what? Why are they doing that? You know what I mean? Right. Why are they taking us? What are they telling us about it? Does anybody know? You know what I mean?
Right. What are the reasons they are removing?
You gotta tell us something.
Financial reasons.
I was literally about to say funding.
Financial reasons.
Funding. Lack of resources.
That is bullshit at its finest.
Get the fuck out of here. Wow.
That is so bullshit. That is crazy. That's the excuse they're going with?
Yale's funding is still fine.
I'm over it. That's crazy.
Come on now. There gotta be something better than that. We being broke. Okay. Wow.
That is horrible.
Did it for real.
That's crazy. Yeah, I honestly don't know how to feel about it, because like Seven said, we grew up watching A Different World and Live in Color, The Cosby Show. All of those shows had Black kids going to HBCUs, and they were very successful, and it was challenging, but they did it, and that was so beautiful to see as a little girl. I know all of us enjoyed it, but I loved it so much. And I have a couple of family members who did go to a HBCU, and I loved hearing their stories growing up. But I love the difference in the HBCUs because we still had us in everything, from the homecomings to the meals to the celebrations to the education. It was us. It was us, and you couldn't get that in other schools. You could not get that in other schools. You couldn't get that connection, that safety net, none of that. So it wasn't just about seeing that on TV. It was about knowing as a little kid, like, okay, there's a space for me where I can look to my right, I can look to my left, and they look like me, they sound like me, and they might have came from the same background I came from. Maybe a one-parent home, or maybe they grew up in the hood a little bit. But at the end of the day, we all made it here. And I think that's why, another reason why they're taking it from us, because that's another success story. They hate hearing our success story. They hate our victories. They hate our victories. HBCUs is like our top-notch victory. They hate that. And then I don't know if y'all remember when the other folks got upset that they couldn't just jump into the HBCUs, and they started fighting about it and getting upset about it. And it's like, why? Why? You guys have always had everything given to you. Why did you have to be so mad that you couldn't get in there? There were so many other spaces you could have went to. You wanted to come to our space. And not only did they start coming to our spaces, now our spaces are not about to exist anymore. What? And then the excuse is financial reasons? Oh my goodness.
But let's look at this too, right? Now, like, Catch, we know very little right about it right now. You know, because we know. Now, before we, get our pitchforks too, is there something to be said about the fact that maybe, okay, besides funding, we know that's bullshit. Okay, it's all of us in one space, right? And we're all learning, we're all doing that. But can there be something said about the fact that that's not really reality? That's not how it works. So the fact that we're in this place where it's all, we looking at everybody look like us, and we all learning. That's kind of othering, really. That's not the way. So could they be saying, well, why should you have a space where just y'all learning, and y'all just, because that's not really how it works. It's going to be a rude awakening when you get your asses out there, and you are still going to have other races and other things. So maybe there's a space to be said for that, because I kind of feel that way too in some kind of way. Like, why is we just othering ourselves like that? Like, you know what I mean? We get it for 1 through 2, but maybe I don't know, that there's something to be said about that, because that's not reality. It's almost like, is there a point for that? You know what I mean?
Okay, that's a different perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think
we pissed off if it was. I don't know. It's just
right.
I think it's something to be said about that.
I would say this to chime in, and I definitely want us to continue, all chiming in. I just think, again, growing up, seeing Martin and seeing Living in Color and seeing all these different Black, sitcoms and etc. And when you, of course, seeing some fine ass people, shout out to Martin. But seeing them and seeing them always advocating HBCUs, that was always our, how like when you walk into the hood and stuff like that, you may not know this Black person, but they do a little nod, hey, what up? You keep it pushing, like that's like, hey, how you doing? And stuff like that. I always feel like seeing those shirts and stuff like that, seeing those hoodies, which I definitely want a few of them. It was always a nod to future you. It was always a nod to possibility, accessibility, all these different demographics of how we could really come from poverty or different spaces and occupy those spaces.
And now we've gotten there. So now what?
And we definitely, I feel like we've gotten there.
Maybe we don't need anymore. Maybe we got there. Now we're there. I don't know.
I do feel like we've gotten to those spaces and occupied them, but I also feel like at the same space, I feel like because a lot of our establishments are being erased, a lot of our safe spaces is being erased. It's kind of like we're having that forced pushback again to go into spaces that don't really celebrate us, don't really care about us like that, don't really highlight a Black education and all that stuff like that. Of course, anybody can go to any school they want to. I live in Connecticut and stuff like that. We know Yale is one of the Dondadas, of the girls. But at the same aspect, me living here, I should be able to, by being a resident for as long as I've been, we should have been having some type of damn discount, something to tell us like, baby, it's possible. You can go there. Like sometimes to get to Yale, you got to sell an ass, sell a titty. Do what you got to do if financial aid ain't kicking, or if you don't got the wealthy parents, or whatever the situation is. But I feel like living in in that perimeter of that damn iconic, school, which is got a little shady past. Us being here, we should be able to go there and get some type of leadway in by just living here. I could see if we were living in New York or we were living in outside skirts, things, stuff like that, but we live right here. So it's like, I don't know. I look at that as an eraser of blackness because it was something that was advocated. And it's like the more that they take, like more that, and I don't want to say they because I don't want to always make it seem like it's like, oh, they. But more that these spaces are being eliminated, the more lack of substance and content we have as culture, and it's kind of like there is people that look forward to going to HBCUs. I probably didn't want to go there for the traditional school. I probably want to go there for the guys and play football, cheerlead a little bit, get my little life, see if I can find a little Marlon Wayne copy out there. But because he was fine as hell in the 90s. But but I love how they advocated. So I just wanted to, before we close on this topic, I just want to, hear how you feel. But I feel like most of us all went. Did anyone else chime in? Keish, didn't you go to HBCU?
Yeah. No, I wanted to go to Hampton, but
okay.
I got pregnant in my senior year.
You got pregnant.
Stereotypical.
My bad, Keish.
Yeah, I ended up at USC. I wish I would have went to Hampton though. It looks so fun. Like,
yes, because you definitely
you
give me college vibes. So I was like, I thought you had went, but yeah, but again, you had that idea to go in your head, like, oh, I want to go. It looked fun. It looked like something I want to experience. And like I said, though, them having those things on their shirts and hoodies and stuff, it just was a nod to us. Like, yeah, the people holding the camera might not be worried about your education or future, but we are. It might not be to the full extent of your parent, but we nod in your head like even when like you go somewhere and you like, I'm not the age though, like you're not 21 just yet. They're like, go ahead, babe. Shut up, go ahead. So I just feel like it's always a nod to us, but I do feel like I hope that the eraser of it doesn't go all over, but it is a lot of them closing down. If you look it up, a lot of HBCUs are closing. Are being migrated into something else.
I think it's going to push us forward. I don't think it's going to push us back. I don't think it's something like that. I think it's being forced to fly. Get out the nest. So I think we're going to be pushed forward. If we keep it saying that going to be pushed back, it's not. That's what's going to happen. It's like, why is the pushback? We got the knowledge, we got the education. Now we out the fucking nest, baby. Go fly. It doesn't necessarily. Those places were created because we couldn't go. We couldn't go to college. That's what we created for. Now that we can go, and we realize that that's unacceptable. It has to be different now. There's no need for such a rigid place to justify black people because we realize now that you can't do that anymore. So we can go. So some of those places are going to have to be cut down because we don't need them.
Are you trying to say like this is a push forward?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what I'm not trying to say. I'm saying that.
I could see. One thing about us air signs, we open minded. We could. I could see.
It's like
variables and everything.
It's worshiping our poverty. It's like the t-shirts and all that. Like thank you, but we don't need a t-shirt no more. We're there. So now what? It's not with the whole. We can't go. We can go to school now.
So you give a synopsis. You say that we're.
I'm saying everybody can.
Are you saying that we socially, academically, whatever the situation, we feel like we're just moving past the HBCU thing because it was kind of like this a thing in the 90s. It was kind of a thing that in the early 2000s, it said like we're moving with time.
It's not something necessary for us to be at the same playing field. Before we couldn't even get on the playing field because we couldn't go to, so we needed to create our own shit. So now that we have that, what happens? We still keep that forever? Do we stay on welfare forever? Or do we go on welfare and then we get back into the world? You know what I'm saying? It's okay.
I get what you're saying.
The welfare of it. So it's like, trust me, I know it's a double-edged sword, obviously, but we need to create a space where it's not taking something away. It's forcing us out the fucking net. It's like, come on, this is we don't need that anymore.
I know what you're saying. You're saying that it's like it's kind of like what this year has given a lot of us, and individually and collectively, this push. And it's like this push that you don't think you need, but you really.
Absolutely. We don't even need college, period, really. We don't need college, period. Honestly.
Yeah.
Definitely don't need to face black people,
Right. I agree. So like, you know, dabbling off of the, you know, HBCUs. Let's get off their wig real quick. Like I said, I got a lot of them triggering topics up here. I don't know what I was feeling last night, but deportation and laws. I guess just circling back around. We don't gotta stay on this too long because I feel like we touched on this a lot in the show, but just more so, just a lot of things being written off. You know, every day that the person was in office, a new thing was being written off. Like, we want to take away the Board of Education. Okay, what are we replacing with it? All right, what's going to replace with it? We want to take away
still gonna be there.
We want to take away that. Like, how do y'all feel about that? You know, like I said, we're not gonna stay too long on this one because I feel like we touched this a lot in the show. But just a little, you know, a little 112. How do y'all feel about that? Like the
But it's
Board of
all just
Education and all that.
He's saying the same thing we've been saying
everything
forever.
is just
We gotta take care of ourselves. They gotta go so we can fix ourselves. That's it. We have to fix ourselves. They gotta go. We gotta fix our own shit first. That's what he's saying. Sorry.
No, everything is just being pushed in order.
Pretty appropriate.
Wait a minute, because I agree, Chinese, but who the hell was laughing? I mean, he played me himself.
The cackle was appropriate.
But I do agree. I do agree. I don't know. I feel like a lot of stuff that he's trying to do, I guess, I don't know if it's just like Make America Great thing, you know, whatever they running with. But I kind of feel like some stuff I'm like, why are we trying to change that? Why are we trying to go back to that?
Exactly. We say that all the
But
time.
you want to know one thing I do? You want to know one thing I do support? Put the blacks back with the blacks. Bring us back. Let us build our shit back. Let us have our own shit. Like we've been doing it for a while now. We've been sharing space with y'all for a while. Thank y'all so much for the love and for the lemon custard cakes and shit. But it's time to be at the tea party. Move the fuck out the way. We're good. We're actually good at this point. We don't want it no more. I don't want none of that more tea. I don't want none of them lemon custard cake. I don't want none of them tuna fish. I don't want
I'm about to say,
bring me
what
to
is
the
your
damn
thing with lemon custard?
Yes.
Okay.
Bring me to the cookout.
I don't want no pudding. I want you to make my pudding. Don't make no goddamn pudding when I'm getting away.
I want to be around I want to be around the damn.
I'm not your mommy.
Collard greens, that bones. I want to be around the cornbread. I want to be around the hush puppies. You know, I want to be around the saltfish, the catfish.
Yeah.
You know, red snapper.
I want two choices. Medium rare or well done.
I'm tired of being at this damn table with these custard ass lemon cakes and all this other bullshit. And I'm tired of being at this table with all these different forks and spoons. Bring me back to the finger foods.
That's all
we got.
Oh my god!
I'm not playing. The Great Separation, yes. Bring us back. We wanted this unity, and when we got it, it's not what we thought it was gonna be. It's like, damn, like y'all just taking everything from us.
What we've been saying. It's time to clean up our own shit. What is we about that race? We mad at him. Hello. That's what we saying. Hello.
Yes.
And he thought y'all day one. That's what's going to happen. Bye. And that's what happened.
And they
we all be on that.
And that's what I feel like. I feel like this has been this space of we wanted it so bad that it's just like I think we good being back just to us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think we're good. I think
I'm not against it at all.
Don't need no more of them tuna fish cakes. Don't need no more of them damn mayonnaise and mayo or whatever else that shit was.
We need to own the bodega.
Miracle Whip.
The ones
Bring
at the
me
corner
back to the niggers. Thank you. We've had fun.
Can we go on one corner store? Like, can we own a bodega and call it a corner store again? Make America a corner store again. Okay, I'm just saying.
Because Muhammad and them got them shits popping on every corner in New York.
Hey, yo,
Could I go get the hoagie? Can I get me a hoagie?
Give me the Aki way. Like,
wow.
roll your boats empty down the stream. You know, it's giving very much that. I don't want that. I want that. I want the mom and pop shops. I want the old mother to know she was nice to me. You know.
Honey, I talked to Queen to tell me what's going on with the credit card. I said, I'm going to no, baby, this you the language barrier. I need to know what's going on. Like,
bring me back. They said make America great again. Bring me back. Us being in that space of our space have always been benefiting for us. Black Wall Street and all these different things for IE example purposes. And I think when we migrated in with this American Dream cell, we kind of just bit a little bit too much of those lemon custard sandwiches. You know, we put on white gloves,
but I disagree. I disagree. Do you remember back in segregation, it was separate, but it was not equal?
That's true.
You know?
Well, that's true.
They did everything in their power to destroy everything that we did.
Right,
and
but
I do agree that we are better off now these days. You know, I think we do have the resources, the mindsets to do things better. But at the end of the day, it is still one country, you know, and they're going to fight back against us with all of their power.
Right.
No matter what. You know, so I understand that, but I also see, like, I don't know, it's not a good idea to be separate.
Why not?
Why not? Separate as a country, not necessarily as a race.
Go ahead. Why not? I'm listening.
Why not? Right.
Right. Why not?
The family units were stronger back in racism times too. You know that, like black. We were mother and father.
Most said we're better separated. I'm feeling like Whitney Houston with Diane.
Do you know?
Do you?
Do you know?
Thank you. No. No, but for real, I want you to rebuttal. Like, why do you do that? Like, why do you?
Right, I'm listening too, Mo. What you got?
Yeah.
How many kids that I do?
Right. Go ahead.
Because they're gonna push back on everything that we do. They're just gonna make it worse and worse and worse. You know. I mean, not to get too much into like the conspiracy theories and whatnot, but the CIA and FBI have fucked up the Black community.
This is true.
Go ahead. You know, I don't know where I'm going with this train of thought. You pushed me.
Illuminati not here. Go ahead.
Look, I'm gonna log out.
Look, tell the truth. No, but I.
Mo, I'm about to say, Mo, that seat got too hot. Look,
there's a lot. Right, exactly.
We had the Cleveland College over here now. You're gonna leave us out here?
Right. Illuminati gonna enter the chat.
I'm actually gonna go home. I love y'all. Good night.
Now we're the boat. We at the border now. We gotta turn back on what we doing.
We should not people with them.
Bye, y'all. I'll see y'all later.
Right. Another thing as well, like, and we can move forward from this, is I do feel like what Mo said as well with the FBI and CIA, they do. I mean, if you read a lot of the stuff that they release and stuff like that, they've been aware of spirituality, they've been aware of people astral projecting, they've been aware of melanated people, or we've been a subject in their life. I just feel like the reversal thing was making these people feel like they weren't important or they weren't talented or they weren't, it was a reverse psychology. Then they are the Dundada, but we're going to make them feel like they're not the Dundada. Just so we could profit.
Part of the conversation anymore like that. Do you? Like, I don't think that the race is a part of the conversation anymore like that. I think that they have us so much into that, like, we are so brainwashed with that. I don't think the race is really a part of the conversation anymore as far as the conspiracy. I think they think that they have us so brainwashed in this race thing that they don't have to keep on brainwashing.
No, race is not the issue.
I think it's really about the money and the whole
behavior is. But I wouldn't say race is the issue. I would say behavior is. Because black people can be, they can do their ones and twos too. Nobody's above it.
Control like the population and stuff. Like, who wants the borders? Like, who really wants that to be done? People who want to protect their money and protect their interests. So it's like, the money is really a conversation, but we just can't have the conversation. So much brokenness is around. So I don't think it's like black people in general. I think it's just too much broke shit.
Right.
They America is a rich country. We need to get back to that, where we can start seeing our money, So
Well, the
trillions
thing
of dollars.
about it, but she's been in debt for so long. What I don't see her seeing that.
That's why we need Elon Musk. They have people that's dealing with money to get the money together.
Right.
For real, that's part of the main thing. So we can't see our money though if we got to keep on funding it to outside sources. If we got to keep on doing this, immigration, giving them together. We can't even see where our money is to get it together. So it's like go away. We need to count our money. I'm just saying it.
No. Which I'm all for everybody expressing themselves. I know, I agree on. I could see the reinvention of something, but it's like at the same aspect, y'all are taking away what's already within the U.S. Like y'all trying to attack people that are living paycheck. Like y'all trying are we really rebuilding us? Or are we just performative with this?
Some of those things have to go. Some of those things have to go because some of those things are facilitating people getting money that's dead. Like a person that's 200 years old is getting millions of dollars from a fund. Like people are frauding the government. So they need to get rid of those things, certain programs inside of it to get it together. That's how it has to go. It's really, that's why I said people like Elon Musk are in there because it's money. Donald Trump don't need Nancy Pelosi, people here about that. He needs people with money to tell them how to deal with this damn money with trillions of dollars in debt. He's like, that's past his pay grade. Honey, we need people with billions to figure out how to get this trillion debt down. So that's the thing. So being exposed for that, some of these programs, like, especially the poor programs, they're really using their poorness to fund their fucking yachts. And you know what I mean? So they're using those programs. So some of them got to go. It's true.
I mean, I feel like maybe, I could see that space of overspend, like stuff being overspent or.
And they fund it through helping out the poor, helping out the underprivileged and all that. That they fund that through that. So it's like, that's going to do it through the $1 billion stocks and stuff. No, it's through us. That's how they fund the money. So it's like, we're easier targets and we need to hush out some of these programs because they're really not doing that. A lot of churches are banking on money that they're not even giving to people.
I mean, it's a lot of inner city help that's not being helped for the people that live in the city. We're giving a lot of dollars to the girls out in what was it, Ukraine and all that stuff like that. We just keep giving billions of dollars out there, but we keep saying we broke. So I don't get it with America. But definitely to conclude that space and step into another topic that I like, and that was open space with magic in the Black community. Like everybody like, what? But just speaking about magic and magical roots and say it again.
I said Johnson, you said real magic.
Right. But just speaking about like magical aspects of like, people that are practitioners, people that, like my family originate from Florida, Tallahassee, Florida. So that is the home of a lot of root workers and, voodoo girls, etc. So I mean magic and things is in my family. I'm of mediumship as well, stuff like that. But I always wonder why we sometimes it's like a separation of what we deem good and then what we deem bad. Like if someone's in the church being a prophet, good. Someone's, at home or doing whatever the situation is and they're doing mediumship as well, prophesizing is deemed bad. Okay, shout out to Florida. So I wanted to weigh in a little bit on it. We don't got to say too much on it, but just hear how people feel about it. Like, how do y'all feel about, or have any of y'all discovered anything with your family? Anybody in your family are practitioners or root workers, or, maybe I seen grandma sprinkling a little salt and sugar around doors and shit. Things. Things.
I have people in my family that have practiced and done a lot of great things, but unfortunately majority of them passed before I was born, so I can only connect with them in the other realm. But I always heard stories like my grandmother, the woman who I'm named after. Everybody in my city knows her. Like anybody who met her to this day still speaks about her. My grandmother died probably 5 years before I was born. And I'll be 32 in October. So just to hear to this day people speak highly of her and her spirit and how much she gave herself to her community and how much she was teaching and raising everybody's babies, and just the love that she was putting in her meals. And she was also a pastor, so even though she was practicing her stuff on the side at home with her gift, she was also bringing that into the church and combining both of them to educate and inform her community. And I think that is the most beautiful thing about hearing her stories, is knowing that everything that is me was given from her. And then I just got back in contact with my father last year, and I found out that his mom and himself also practice as well. So I'm like, wait, I got this from both sides? Like, hold on now. What we doing? What y'all showing me? What y'all teaching me? But yeah, like even a few things my mom does, because my mom doesn't practice anything. I told my mom 2 to 3 years ago that she was a medium, because my mom would just get a lot of things, like a lot of messages, a lot of visions come to her, and she would just laugh them off, like, ha ha ha, that's nothing. And I'm like, girl, that's something. And even my older sisters, they're 16 or 17 years older than me, they used to see spirits all the time. Like, I think there was a house that they lived in, somebody died, and my sister was 8 years old, and she was able to describe the man that died before they moved in here, because he kept popping up at her room every night. So it's like, hearing those stories and seeing that they have the gifts, and like they do little things. Like, for instance, when my mom sweeps over somebody's foot, she already has her own little thing that she does. And it's like, you know where that's from? Like, you know where you got that from, Mom? In her
Voodoo.
mind, literally, in her mind, though, that's just what Black people do. But I'm like, Mom,
Yeah, but it's
research
really
that real
connected to that culture.
Right,
Yeah,
like read that real quick and tell me where it's really from, where it originated from.
right. And
And it's funny that you brought that up, because my sister, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No,
my
no, no, go ahead.
sisters
No.
and my mom, they actually did like a low-key random intervention on me, because I fully practiced, and I'm the only one in my family that fully practiced. Everybody else still goes to the church, and I have nothing against the church, but ever since I was a little girl, I always felt I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel safe. Like, the messages that they give us about what the church is supposed to be, I never got that. I never got that safetyness, but I always had that connection with God. I always knew I was covered by Him. But the environment that I was in, I knew it wasn't for me. So when they had the intervention last year, I'm looking at them like I hear you, but like, do y'all remember who our grandmother is? Like, or did y'all forget? So it's funny to see like how they practice it in so many ways, but they also disown it and act like it's that's not my thing. Like, I go to church, I don't do that. That's the devil's work.
They had like a voodoo. How do they do that?
What'd you say, Johnny?
No, they had a voodoo intervention. Like, what do they do?
Yeah, like randomly. Like, we're in my sister's kitchen talking about what we're gonna eat for dinner that night. And my older sister, which is like my girl, she brought up the conversation, and then like everybody kind of followed. Luckily for me, my niece, both of my nieces was there, but my oldest niece was there. She was like, and she kind of sat beside me, like, just as my support. Like, hold on now, y'all doing a little too much. And I get what their intentions were. They were trying to figure out like where my head was, and basically making sure that I'm not just following what's on TikTok and the cute little trends that we see everywhere that the girlies are doing. But it was extremely weird. It was extremely weird, but it was flattering, because at least I know they're paying attention to what I'm doing, even though they don't act like they do. Like, they obviously do.
No, I think, and I definitely thank you for sharing that, because I feel like a lot of times they erase the origins of us. They erase how we showed up with spirit and how we did our type of work. I feel like a lot of I've always acknowledged source and creator and the many different names that we call the energy itself that created us. I always say we don't know if it's male or female, and by the fact that we're conceived as female, sometimes I'm believing God is a woman. But it's like, it's my little theories. But I just feel like the more that my gifts tapped in at the age of 5 years old. my awareness came in at the age of 5 years old as well. I started questioning everything. What's this? What's that? Why we touch this? Why we touch that? Why, like, why are we doing all these different things? Like, I'm just having all these conversations internally. And then I started seeing spirit as well. Then I started rehashing a lot of my I call them visions. People call them dreams. I call them visions because you see shit. You get a lot of messages in them. I started rehashing a lot of my visions to my mom, and after a certain amount of times that I did it, she was like, all right, let me tell you the truth. The truth is I'm gifted, and the gift I'm passed to you because you're doing everything that I did. You're having all the experiences that I had. And then she said, when you get into your 20s, it's going to get bigger. Be prepared. And it did.
But the terminology is different though. You see how you're saying now gifts, and when you say magic though, I think that makes it a whole nother. You understand? I think with us, we hear the words, and then like the terminology. More people use terminology like that, then we feel more comfortable. Like I think as soon as we hear like magic, and we think of but when we say gifts and
mystical things, and I get it. I could see what verbiage. I could see what verbiage and the choice of vocabulary could bring people to like maybe a not believing space with it, because they think about TV, even though TV is still replicating a lot of true things. They got to get the truth from somewhere.
It's not magic. It's not magic at all.
But I do feel like for myself, again, me being of mediumship and me being someone that do speak with spirit, etc. I do have soul sessions. I do have clientele. I do have all those different things. I be seeing, dead folks all the time. Especially when I open up my vortex. And even having conversations tonight, I have to veer off sometimes because it's like I'm having that connection thing, getting someone's trying to talk to me, and I'm like, I'm not here for that. I'm here to, do a panel. But nonetheless, spirit is always there. It's always talking. I feel like I'm thankful that my mom educated me. Maybe she didn't have the best education because she kind of like, in a way, banished or resented her gift. And that's called lack of knowledge of knowing what to do with it. I didn't. I went head first with it, and like in the year 2020, where my gifts really started getting crazy, she basically pushed me into taking clientele. She pushed me, like she used to call me all the time at work and be like, "Oh, reader, or what you pick up on her," and I'm even earlier today I was in the car just talking to somebody, and I was just telling him his whole life. I said, "You 25?" He's like, "Yeah." So just left your girlfriend. Yeah. Like I'm just having basic conversation. I don't got a crystal ball in front of me. I'm just in tune. So, and like I said, that in tuneness has saved my life many times from predators and all different types of shit that you get in, you come across in these communities. But I do feel like.
How do you feel about that? Like, I think that, a lot of people get rich, like taking money for it. Some people think profit's not supposed to take money, and when you take money, then it becomes.
I feel like
something else.
I don't know. So, I'm gonna say this. So for a very long time, I always read people. In 2020, I've had a gift since I was a kid. In 2020, I just got to the point of asking for monetary exchange. And for a very long time, I didn't feel comfortable with that. That's how my prices went from that to what it is now. My sessions and stuff like that. But for a very long time, I always felt like, I felt iffy about it. And only reason why I felt iffy about it is because it was something that I was still exploring. But at the same aspect, mama got to eat. I got to pay bills. I got things I got to do and stuff like that. This is part of, my brand. And one thing I could say that anybody that ever got a soul session or anything from me, it hit like a ton of bricks. And I really do connect people to the afterlife. I do connect people to their lost loved ones and all these different other, nuances of things. I'll tell people things that they never told. I bring up shit that they never said to people, never even uttered out to other people's mouth. It's just when I'm in it and I got my notepad and all that stuff like that, I'm just writing down what I'm seeing. Spirit to show them, like, okay, what's with the diamond ring and what's with the chain and it's like stuff that you see on probably with TV show mediums and stuff like that, but it's real. It's a real thing. I'm a real life medium. Like
it is. The pastor gets money, the deacon gets money, the church gets money. So what? You know what I mean? The pastor gets money, the deacon gets money,
Yes. So why the fuck I can't? You know, why can't
I get out on my points too? Mm-hmm.
Right. And I'm helping people. I've read so many different. I hate the word read. Because it reminds me of being shady. I've had soul sessions with so many different individuals, people that live in countries that I haven't even visited yet. And people know Seven from different demographics of life. Some people know me from the spiritual community. Some people know me from the music and entertainment things and stuff like that. So it's sometimes you can have two people in a room and they'll know different versions of me. All right, that's my. I had a soul session with him. Oh, this is his music. Oh, I read his book. Whatever the situation. I work with, did some business with him. I'm a very universal person, but I do feel like those conversations that we have about, so about Marvin Sapp. I do feel like those conversations that we have. I'm screaming so the body.
I found out the truth about that story.
Wait, so what happened? What really happened?
So that wasn't his church. That video, that wasn't his church, and that video is also 2 years old.
Oh,
and he didn't really
was locking people up though.
No.
No.
Like he had asked him to do that, but it didn't really happen. So one of my friends who had commented earlier, Ron, I have a I have a space that I created called Positivity Only, and we meet Thursdays. And he was telling us, like, that was one of the topics that we were talking about. He was like, "Man, that is from 2 years ago. That is not his church." And yeah, they're making it a big thing. Like, that really did not happen. I'm like, I had to think about it. I'm like, Marvin Sapp asking these people for 40. I'm like, never could have made it. It's definitely still streaming, and he's making a lot of money off of that.
That's one of my favorite songs.
Right, but and also with the industry and everything, gospel, they make gospel and country are like
gospel make money.
To make money.
Yeah.
So it's like
just $40,000
because it's like, and another thing too, they always try to go back to the Southern Soul thing. I said, baby, y'all, Clark sisters, y'all doing y'all thing, y'all genre.
Right.
So
because they didn't pay him, so he wanted his money. Right? He wanted his money. They didn't pay him. He wanted his money.
No, so I think that was for that church. Again, that's not his church. I don't think he was getting the money. I think it was just for the church.
Right, I'm just saying because I know Yolanda Adams' fee so up $40,000. So I know that their fee be big. Like, so I'm saying that $30,000 is sounding like they just give him his money. He's like, baby, I need my coins. Like that's a parent's fee. In context, I know be aware. It's like
yeah.
That's what the time is.
They do be profiting down with church and all. Like they slide that basket around at least 15 times. And every time I pass it to my neighbor. I sure do. Because I ain't got to pass that blessing on, and I pass that basket on.
Because I ain't got it.
I don't never want to miss my neighbor.
Marvin said he got to go to split that with all the choir and all that too. He gonna get my goals.
Right. And then another thing too, when people be catching the Holy Ghost, which I think is going on in that moment. When they're losing consciousness by doing it. Hello, possession. I ain't gonna go that far, y'all. I ain't gonna give it to y'all.
I got nothing to do with
this. Ain't that show right now.
I love the Holy Ghost. Me, the Holy Ghost is good. You know what I'm saying? We got no issue.
Yes.
No problems in this
jumping
house,
on the floor, rolling around, beatboxing, doing a worm, all types of shit. I'm like, well, damn. It's electrifying, But just to bring it more into, just to lighten the mood a little bit. What is some of y'all favorite Black TV shows that got canceled too early?
I was really sitting thinking about this. I'm like, oh, which ones were they?
Right.
Lovecraft Country.
One show. There we go. Yeah, that one.
Lovecraft.
Yeah, Mary Jane, darling. No shame.
Come on, okay.
That was a really good show.
That was a good show.
That's what it was, man. Come on, they ain't do nothing wrong. What's wrong with that show? Nothing.
I'll say the show Harlem.
Harlem just got right. They only
they just got the third season and now they canceled it.
I love
Like,
Harlem though. I'm
Harlem
like,
is a good one.
so
Show me do like 2 seasons. They're like, nah, y'all trying it. Why? Like Ally McBeal plays like 6'7". No chance. Being man
I mean,
like
listen. First of all, let's think of what's that? Oh my God, what's the name of the show? It's coming to
Don't
me.
say Game of Thrones.
No,
I was so mad about Lovecraft. Go ahead, Stevie.
I'm thinking of the name of the show that like it's on like its 23rd season. It's the hospital. What is the name of that show?
General
Why is it not coming
Hospital?
to- Not
Grey's
General
Anatomy?
Hospital. Grey's Anatomy.
Grey's Anatomy. Okay.
Take a
It's
go.
on
Come
season
on.
20, it's 20,000.
Take a go. We got enough
Yeah.
It's insane.
I think they're on. I believe they're on like season 22. I'm just like, baby,
The heartthrob is like 80.
let's wrap this up.
But wait,
Yeah.
didn't they stop Grey's Anatomy and brought it back? Or am I wrong?
They did for a second, and they
For a second, right? We didn't get a couple of seasons, and then it just came back, and I'm like,
man, I think they're on. I gotta fact check this, but I believe they're on like season 22. Bitch, no way.
How many
No
heart
way.
attacks?
I would say, what are some other shows?
How many doctors
I'm
just
trying to
came in
think.
and out? Y'all done lost some of the main cast.
Right. How many times you go to the stat and clear, girl? Okay, clear stat. Girl, how many times you go to hear that?
What was his name? Dr. McDreamy. He died, and I'm just like, now what else is there? Come on, y'all. Come on. I
They go
can't
change that to
believe
the golden Grey's Anatomy, bitch. I can't.
it. Child. Yeah, that show can go. Sorry, Grey's
I can
Anatomy.
do some more Girlfriends. I can do some more Eve. I can do a lot of
those are good ones. Eve, Girlfriend,
Yeah.
Heck yeah, all of us,
Yeah.
one-on-one.
All of us.
Yeah, that's 101. Yeah. Half and half. Come on.
They can give me another Mohican with Kiki Palmer. Bitch. Fuck it.
Parker.
Come on.
Gotta keep it, bitch.
Come on, because Kiki is going to keep it bad, and she was just great. Girlfriends. Yeah.
What was wait, I'm trying to
I
think.
think I have my favorite girlfriends. I think they did what they had to do.
I feel like
I think I'm done.
I feel like the game when they went to BET, that's when it lost kind of like the essence.
You said what lost the essence?
I wish the game kind of stayed how it was when it was
And they
on the
had brought it
other-
back, and then they canceled it. It was just like,
yeah,
no, wait a
because
minute.
it lost the essence. It just they just started throwing new boy and everybody in there now. It's like, what
It wasn't the same after.
How come SNL did 50 years and Living Color got like what 3? Come on now, SNL
is celebrating its 50th year. I'm like, now wait a minute, 50
and
years?
instead of being forgot about for 50 years. Like, come on
I
now.
just found out that they're about to do a reboot of A Different World.
A Different World?
Cool.
Say it again?
Yeah, they're gonna reboot A Different World.
They did, yeah. They are gonna do a reboot.
Oh, they about to do a reboot?
With Whitney and what's his name? The daughter.
They better not fumble that ball with Whitney because that's gonna be fucked the whole time.
Hey.
Don't fumble the Whitney ball, baby. I'm telling you right now.
Right.
Hey.
I don't know. Do we need a revamp?
No, we just need a new Whitney.
But it's always nice to have these shows, though.
Johnny's a key.
I love when they do the.
I can't with her.
Maybe this one might hit 30 seasons.
Wait, but I feel like
I
we're
love when they
missing
did the
another
Bel Air
show that
reboot.
got canceled too early.
I thought a Different World gonna hit this season. They were like,
I'm trying
where
to
they
think.
going?
Well, they ain't gonna have no
Oh, for the record, Grey's Anatomy has 21 seasons.
He was off by 1 season.
Isn't that what Shonda? Isn't she behind
Shonda
that?
Rhimes, yes.
She is
I
behind
want to tap her. I want to tap her on her shoulder.
How to Get Away with Murder. How to Get Away with
How to
Murder.
Get Away with murder.
There we
Yeah.
go. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Scandal.
It kept going.
All of
Michael
them.
Davis ate that show up.
I needed at least maybe
I
10
love
seasons from them.
Elementary.
Maybe 10. I'll say 10.
I love Abbott Elementary. I love
Yes.
Abbott Elementary. It's so funny.
Yeah, that's a comfort show for me. I watch it. I like to go to sleep to it.
Shonda? She's the one who played Murder too?
Yes. Shonda Rhimes, she worked on How to Get Away with Murder and Scandal.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's behind a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Come on, Shonda.
Shout outs to the black writers out here that's making these shows pop.
Yes, work
Shout outs to
Shonda.
them.
But let Grey's Anatomy go, Shonda. I'm not off your neck about that, baby. Let it go.
She carried that one out for a very
21
long time.
seasons. And mind you, I think it said 437 episodes, y'all. Goodbye.
Goddamn.
Goodbye. Thank you.
You know what's crazy?
Goodbye.
There's mad people that watched every episode.
every episode, and we'll tell you from beginning to end. That's why I'm just like, Shonda, you can wrap this
I'm
up.
definitely one of them people that will restart a whole season.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Mind you know what?
But I'm
The
watching Grey's
popularity,
Anatomy though.
no, the popularity of this show made me want to watch it. But once I seen how many seasons I was behind, I'm like, baby, absolutely on season 15.
I ain't gonna be done on 40.
I'm good, baby. And these episodes, like,
that's too much writing, Shonda.
No, Shonda.
That's bad.
No, Shonda.
Gone.
We was learning too much with that show, How to Get Away with Murder.
Okay.
We were, and I love Viola Davis in that role. It just was a pivotal role for her.
Yeah.
I love complex characters. Those are the characters I write about when I want to write. I love the complexity.
That was great.
Yeah.
That crossover.
And I love the duo crossover of Scandal and How to Get Away with Murder as well. But we definitely going to get into this last topic, and then after that, I will have y'all shout out what y'all need to shout out, and and we're gonna get up out of here. So the last topic, she's a little heavy hitter. Just want to see what everyone is feeling about her. Hold on, right quick.
With that nice voice.
Right. So, I'm hungry as hell, y'all. Ooh.
Okay.
So
I'm already eating.
Listen, I should have ordered something before I got home, but I did eat something earlier. But that ain't suffice me. That's just a boo. So anyway, the last final topic, and thank y'all so much for coming through. Let me just give a shout out to my people that came through, that's still here, that just showed and shared space. It was beautiful, to just have this type of space with y'all. Thank y'all so much. So the last topic is Black money management. Well, we kind of already tapped on Black Wall Street a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so Black money management, Black Wall Street, life insurance, etc. Like, how do we feel about Black financial institutes within the community?
I don't know her. I don't know her.
Told her my DM.
You said you don't know who?
She said she don't know her. I said, how do we feel about Black financial institutes in the community?
And she said she don't know. She don't know. She don't have no money.
Her. Stop. Cut it out. Cut it out. All right, but for real, how do we feel about how? Okay, let me ask y'all a question. At what age did y'all start saving?
Yesterday.
Like. Let me get off this damn live. We appreciate all forms of honesty, but no, for real, we
love y'all. Good night.
Wait, is this? Are you joking? Are you serious?
I promise you.
The way he look at it is give like he's serious as hell. Wait, who said yesterday? Was it?
I'm gonna say I'm joking.
Who said it? Nev?
No, like.
No, I think it was Chinese who said it. But she said you just thought she saved me yesterday.
Oh, that was.
Okay. Getting money and saving it is two different things, okay? So my best friend is excellent at saving money. I don't know how he does it. I get it, and I'll give him ability to save it. But as far as me actually, saving and like account wise and all that, I just never thought about it in that way. I would think, just I don't know, give it to him or whatever. I really want something to, something like that. But I know when I'm getting older, I have to actually, so. The savings part of my cash like was all the time. So I was thinking to myself, okay, what's the interest rate of this? Maybe I put this on $5 and let's see what give it. Now I got like $5.84. So I'm just saying, like honestly, for me, I just feel like it starts somewhere. If I get to, I put $5 in the yesterday, maybe it's $5.84. Let's see how this goes. Like I don't know.
No, I get it. I mean, I feel like it's a learning process for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I started my financial literacy, like I always knew how to make a buck, child. I was a hustler, but my financial literacy really kicked in far as how to build savings and build, those different demographics and things was 2021. And that's kind of where I was going through the death of old self. That's when I was listening to Lisa Nichols. Shout out to Lisa Nichols. She's a motivational speaker, self-made millionaire, etc. But she said something very basic during the not basic in the speech, but basic knowledge, basic thing to me when I was listening to her motivational, one of her motivational speeches I always listen to. I was on a treadmill running. This is 2021, and she was like, "What? When is the last time you did something for the first time?" And I was like, "Oh shit." You know, I don't know why it hit me the way it hit me, but it made me start to create different avenues to not just gain different incomes, or grow different incomes as well, but it also just put me in a space of, okay, if you want to become wealthy or you want to have a more substantial life with wealth and things and money and things like that, you got to dive to old forms of what you used to be. And meaning you can't just go crazy spending money. And the thing about it, anything I spend always do come back to me times 10, by the way. It always slide back in my account some way, somehow.
It's not about just getting it. It's not about just getting it. It's like managing it.
Right. But I think
I'm just get money, fuck it, but now I gotta actually manage, you know, that's a whole different ball.
Right. But I do think when you develop the wealthy mindset, you start to eliminate the fear around money. Because a lot of times people are building savings because they're in fear too. What if my job? Yeah. So it could be a two-edged sword sometimes. But I do feel like I eliminated the fear around it. So when even if I was the loan, like I did a little loan or this or whatever the situation, it just came back times 10. I just looked at my phone and boom, 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 man, all these different people are booking. And they're, hour sessions and this and that, but they're ordering this, they're ordering that, they're ordering books, they're ordering my journals. Like it just comes in like water, like currency. So I feel like when we do go into those spaces of learning wealth, you got to learn what type of demographic of wealth you want, for one. Let's start there. How much it's going to take you to get to that goal. And then 3, it's like, if you do have fear around money and all these different things like that, you got to find a way to divorce that. Can't fear something that you want.
Okay.
Can't fear something that you're trying to attract either. Don't work that way. And I do feel like sometimes, and we've all had, like, I can't say we've all, but I would say in my experience, so this is a little hack that I do. Every new week, I put a number in my head to accumulate and get that week. And sometimes it doesn't have to come from one source, but I'll say like, oh, this week I'm gonna make an additional 300. I do make it, but it comes from sometimes it comes from one source, depending on the booking, or it comes from different ways. And if I add it all together, it adds up to the number that I put in my head. So it's like
you say that's accumulating, getting it. But then like that's the management. Like getting it is one thing, but again, like
maintaining is another thing, and growing it too. That's another thing too. That's a different demographic. And I think also, go ahead, Janice. Janice.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying, like, it was along the same lines of why would you want to save it? Why is saving important if it's not, you were saying you're getting it, different streams of income. Yeah, getting it. Now, the point is saving it. And then that's the different mindset. Like,
I think saving.
What are the savings for?
Right. For me, I like to do trips. I like to do different things. I like to, splurge. I like to have a little fun. And so I feel like for me, saving, having a healthy relationship with saving and spending is important. Everything is not, you don't really need everything right now. Sometimes your eyes are bigger than your stomach with things. Sometimes you could have just went in that kitchen and cooked that damn chicken in the fridge. But also, I don't limit myself from luxuries. I don't limit myself from taking myself out on self dates, buying myself things I like, going to get my, nails done, eyebrow. I don't taking trips, except I don't limit myself for no things. Hell no. I'm like, we got a ticking number over top of our heads. We don't know when the shit go out. So you can't live your life always trying to save. Start spending some of it. Not go crazy. Don't deplete your account, but start putting some type of love back into your life, or some type of you've been working all these hours. Buy yourself that bag. Get that new dildo. Do what you gotta do. Whatever gonna get you through your night, whatever gonna get you through the night, stuff like that. But I want to hear what ages were y'all, or how are y'all now that we are, because I just turned 30 a few months ago. Yes, newly 30. I'm newly in the crew. Hey y'all, but
oh please.
but how do y'all feel? Because I feel like in my later 20, like from 25 on up, is when I really started to take accumulating money seriously, like really building something, a savings, or really, So how do y'all feel about that? Like, are y'all in the process of it? Are you learning it still? Like, I want to hear from y'all.
I'm old.
I learned it early in my 20s.
I'm thinking about
I learned about saving and financial literacy early in my 20s, but I never applied it because I didn't care until now. I'm in my 30s now, and it's like, oh my God, time is running out. And so now I'm thinking about the future. And especially they're trying to get rid of Social Security. So you got to think about retirement and where the money when you're old age is going to come from.
That
in
is
your
true.
20s, you think that you're
Orange is
invincible,
doing
that
that.
you have forever to think about things. Well, that was me, and now life is just going so fast. So saving is definitely more important now than ever.
Especially at the high school. Yeah. That shit is
46-year-old is not the same. 46-year-old is not the same. There's no way in hell. I'm going to need to school up. I'm going to need certain things. And I realized that again, all of that, it's like, honey, I can't do it no more. So like, it's just don't.
Right. I think,
at some point, you're going to have to sit down and spend your money because your body is not going to be able to just go. I mean, get schooled up.
And I would say, and just to add a little layer to it, how many of us up here already have like insurance policies out?
Baby, my mother had mine since
I don't have one
since
out
I was
yet.
a kid.
I gotta watch my family, but
no. My mom, God bless her soul.
I'm definitely gonna do it this year. I'm definitely gonna do a insurance policy this year because I told my mom to getting hers situated because my grandmother had an amazing one set up. She took very care of us with that one. But at the same aspect, I gotta watch around me,
Thank you, Paris.
Start hearing numbers and I start going missing. I know what's happening.
Yeah.
But I do feel like it's important though to get these things because when I see people not having the financial support around unexpected things and the GoFundMe's and it's nothing to shame the GoFundMe's and stuff like that. Hey, do what you need to do. But it's a lot of people really do struggle to put their loved ones into whether it's cremating or in the ground. That's another bill. That's what I think about it as. That's another bill that you don't want to leave on somebody. And I don't have any children right about now.
Kevin, what's the eye thing? You gonna tell me about it later?
Huh?
Why my eye doing that too? Why my eye doing that too?
Oh yeah, I think because it's bright ass light, and everything's and it's making my eyes tear a little bit, and I'm laughing too. But no, definitely. But yeah, I feel like I'm definitely gonna do that this year and stuff like that. But I feel like it's definitely a necessary thing just because again I'm thinking about it's a bill. Like I said, I already done told my mom it's hers. I'm like, I'm like, go ahead, girl, do what you gotta do. You just never know. But other than that, like, how do y'all feel about the spaces of rebuilding what we call Black Wall Street? Like, what do we need a new name for it? Like, what are y'all feeling? Like
regular Wall Street.
I'm not against that.
Regular Wall Street.
Not regular Wall Street.
I'm not playing with Johnny's corner store Wall Street, but yeah.
Bodega Wall Street.
Bodega Wall Street.
It's already been in. Let's be black when you get there.
Yes, but how are y'all feeling about that though? Like how are y'all like do y'all think or wait, let me ask y'all this. Are any of y'all investing in anything right now? Like any y'all got any stocks?
Wise now.
Yeah. I got some stocks.
Yep.
I do got some things like that.
So drop some knowledge. What am I supposed to invest in? Because listen.
You want to know something? My recipes to my XO, he put me onto a lot, but then my brother, he also is very into all those things too. And then Miley Cyrus. Remember when Miley Cyrus was giving out she was sending us the Cash App stock things. I don't know if y'all remember
Oh
that.
my God, Megan Thee Stallion sent one for the Netflix. Do I still have that?
Yeah, I be getting little dividends from that Apple one that
I gotta
Miley Cyrus
look.
put me on too.
I remember I don't really use Cash App anymore, so I'm just like, maybe it's still there.
Wait, say it again.
Come on, Black Wall Street. That's all right now. What's the line? What's your response after that, baby? Let me write that down real quick. Listen, get your cut.
Wait,
Black Wall Street right here.
Damn.
Yes, but I do feel that the community, like we do have this space. Like let's say we don't gotta call it Black Wall Street, but I do feel like as much prominent Black businesses that are out here, I do feel like we have this space to create something innovative.
Mm-hmm.
It's really just about the spaces of because they always say like, oh, Black people don't stick. I was like, we got to reframe that space of saying that Black people don't stick together, because we do. There might be certain sectors of us that don't stick together, but we can't say a collectiveness, because we want to have the Black Panthers and all those other movements if we didn't stick together. We wouldn't have had Harriet Tubman running through them damn, we didn't stick together.
Okay.
We want to be taking out those masters with unexplained deaths. We didn't stick together. Shout out to Nate Turner and stuff like that. But it's just like at the end of the day, I do feel like I wanted, and I had this conversation with she's in the chat, Certified, because I think she was saying like something about like oh, we don't stick together, we don't do this, we don't do that, and I was just like, we do. I said we got to stop using this rhetoric that we don't stick together, because we do. We sometimes might have different subdivisions of it, but it's not always a constant thing of we don't stick together, or we don't know how to come together, or we don't know how to fund each other. We do. It's just a lot of people got to leave the ego alone. The ego is being brought in so many different places that the ego is good in certain departments of your life, but not in love and help and all that stuff like that. But people want to,
because that ego sometimes pushes greed. You don't make space for others, and then it's like there's enough for everyone to go around. You understand? Like people just need to get out of that mindset.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of times people do. They kind of push these rhetorics, and they're like, when they say that word, like, oh, they don't, and then it's like it sticks to people's head, because then people start thinking like that. Oh yeah, we don't sit together. Like y'all keep putting people back in the damn spell. Shut up. Your people don't stick together. My people. When somebody asked me, one of my cousins asked me about my friends. He was like, "Oh, how's your friends doing? All flourishing, all living divinely, taking care of their bills,
good
their business, drinking their water." Because it's like, I'm not going to sit here and divide my damn friends for you, and I'm damn sure not going to divide it. And I'm not saying that they try to do that, that's their intention. But I was like, we got to get into a space of, I'm going to answer your question, but I don't got to answer to the demographic you want me to. We good. We flourishing over here. And I think that's another thing as well. Like I said, with the Black community, is like, we got to get out of that rhetoric of we're not supporting each other. We are.
And we're going to continue to do so.
Right. We continue to do so. We're showing up, and so on and so forth. But as we get to this final thing, and we are at the final thing now, do y'all have any comments, questions, concerns, anything before I have y'all promote what y'all got going on, and then run some commercials, and then we out of here, because we are definitely hitting 11 o'clock soon, and we almost at the 4-hour mark. Whoa.
Right.
Whoa.
You'd have been clocking the time. Like, how long y'all gonna be up here?
Right. And I feel like we just got on.
Right.
And thank you for everybody that's been coming. I know Johnny's. Oh, here she go. I thought her phone died. Here she go. Oh, she eating. Well, then where am I with that?
My niece that ate up, drunk up on my business. I'm drinking this with almond milk. This is nasty. Come on now.
Is it unflavored almond milk?
Oh, come on.
Oh, you need to get the vanilla one, baby.
I need the vanilla, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you tearing it up though. Fuck, you just said
yes.
Look at this bowl of cereal.
What you got, baby? What you got?
Turn that damn milk up.
That is so funny.
No,
Okay.
but I want to say, like, just like in the closing space, 'cause I want y'all all to, like, you know, promote yourselves and what you got going on, or what y'all
Yeah.
maybe having coming up and stuff like that. But is there any comments, concerns, questions? How did y'all feel about tonight's panel?
was
You
great.
know, let's have a little key before we roll up out of here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the panel was fun. I enjoyed it myself. I enjoy myself every time I do a panel with you because I always meet beautiful souls and I always get to engage with others who are like-minded. And of course, we are meeting new people and everybody has something that they're bringing to the table. So it's like, okay, what you got? What can you teach me? What can I teach you? How can we help each other evolve? So I think it's always beautiful to chime in with you guys in these spaces. And it was so great meeting you guys. I followed all of y'all. I found all y'all
Yes.
handles. So if y'all see Peak Jolly 3, that's me. But yeah, so far their energies are beautiful. I was going through everybody's Instagrams a little bit while we were up here and just seeing how you guys are putting yourselves out there and creating. It's so beautiful. Keep doing it. Don't stop.
Yeah.
Keep doing it.
I think just to the word of the panel, we kind of defeating that stereotype that like Black people can't work together. We just showed and proved that we can do that. We had a conversation about something that's affecting our community in every aspect, in every way, in every topic. And I think it's great that we can set the standard for what people need to see and see when we can have conversations that actually make sense. Because some conversations people get on panels and it don't be making sense. You know, we actually got in here. Someone had something to say about this. You learned something. We learned something, and collectively leave here with something. So, yeah, I really enjoyed it as well.
I love that. I look forward to. Honestly, I look forward to being around educated Black people who go and have a conversation. It's just so rare. I hate it that I can't even have these conversations, and they're even a group too. You feel me? So I look forward to. I know when I come here, it's going to be something. First of all, I'm going to learn something. I'm going to be around the same energy, but it's not everybody sitting here trying to talk and trying to teach somebody. Everybody's trying to learn, but everybody's really super smart and really have something to offer that I don't know about. So we're not a monolith. Everybody doing different lives. It's like I know my life is different from you guys, but we all are here on a single-minded, on a learning curve. Like, and I just think that everybody is being open, with being vulnerable. Like, it's really crazy like that. There's not enough spaces none spaces I know that we can do this. Our color.
Yeah. Yeah.
All different things, all different lives. It's beautiful.
Right.
I love
that. And to do too, because I'll be late. So, but sorry, I was late, but it makes me, really. I don't.
But you still showed up, so I appreciate that, though. You still showed up.
Yeah, he loves that you came.
And you also brought a different perspective to the conversation as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that. I love people that don't always have to have the agreeing opinion or agreeing perspective.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes conversations good to me.
Yeah,
you don't gotta always agree.
You gotta have a difference of opinion. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
you can walk a different life. You can live a different way. It's okay. Mm-hmm. I'ma still sway your way. You know. You got different girls for different shit. But I do appreciate and just to highlight everybody, like I said, everybody that came through the NBU, everyone that was on the panel, even Keisha, she's on the LA time and she was at, oh my gosh. Her birthday's today.
Yeah, I saw the balloon. I was gonna say happy birthday. Oh my god. She had the balloon right next to her.
I meant to say happy birthday to her. I meant to have us all say happy birthday to her.
Right, happy
birthday.
You go say
She's a very talented woman. She has a magazine. When y'all do get off here, check her out. She owns hypoforlifemagazine.com. She done interviewed the best of the best celebrities, etc. Sarah Taylor, but she done did her big one. She's an author as well, and it just dawned on me. But I think because today I've been just like having a beautiful day for one. Let's start there. But I just was on the go today and trying to get back here in time and trying to when you host this shit, you thinking about everything. Like, hey y'all, get your ass in the queue. Come on now,
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Keish. I'm definitely gonna tell her happy birthday because I know that's
happy birthday, Keish.
Because she told me she's gonna dip in and be a part. And I appreciate people that keep their word. Let's start there.
Yeah.
A lot of people kept their word, Johnny. A lot of people. Oh yeah, y'all kept your word. You came.
I didn't think I was making y'all. This food was kicking my ass.
Right, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I wish it was kicking mine, but so it's like that I'm hungry. That's why I was talking about all them foods earlier.
That's funny as hell.
Lemon cakes
And Jadisha still eating that damn cereal. She like,
Right.
Yes, but I do appreciate people that come through and authentically. That's how I was like, I wanted a diverse space where everybody's coming from different demographics of life in the industry, and they could come collectively. And like Stevie said, this is living proof that we can coexist with each other. We can have a good time. We was serious, we was unserious, we had fun, we talked about hard-hitting things, and at the same aspect, we were able to, which I want y'all to do in a little bit, promote yourselves and what you got going on and so on and so forth. And I'm gonna also play some commercials from my paid sponsors for the night. But I do feel like this is something that's needed, and I used to do this a lot in 2021. I hosted a lot of different spaces, but I try to every now and then just feed back into the community that feed me. It's not always about what I'm gaining; it's about what I'm giving, and that's the balance, the Libra in me. But I do want to hear from y'all, like, how do y'all feel about tonight? Those that wasn't able to speak yet, and then we'll go into like promotion and then commercial, and then we out of here.
I just want to say thank you for letting me share space with y'all. It was amazing getting to sit and speak with y'all, and also more importantly, just to listen to your different perspectives, your takes. It was very refreshing. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Thank you for letting me be in the space with y'all to actually just sit and listen and learn.
I don't have to do that right, but hey.
Right.
Let me get it right.
Never got it right, but you know what I mean.
Right, but no, we definitely appreciate you, and I know that you were telling me that you were a little under the weather as well, so I appreciate you for coming through.
Yeah.
Still,
and I hope everyone who has
being
been
a little under the weather. I don't know what's going around, but I'm gonna spray this live when we're done.
Stay away from me. I got things to do.
I don't know what's going on, but I do appreciate anybody that, and we know how it is. Like, you're not really feeling well, but you still like, baby,
gotta still fulfill your promises.
And that's a lot of respect from me. Like I respect people that's like that. That is like, I'm still gonna go. I'm still gonna show up. So I appreciate you for telling me, like, hey, I'm not really feeling well, but I'm looking forward to tonight. And you definitely added to the conversation, and I appreciate your energy. It's always a big thing. So what about you, Mo?
Thanks for inviting me to this. It was lovely meeting everybody here. I sometimes just feel like I am not able to articulate what I'm trying to say very well, so I just try to stay quiet.
Listen, Mo, you did what you could. You added to the conversation.
You had a lot of great ideas and topics in response.
Yeah, you did.
So get out of that beautiful mind of yours. Start speaking more. We want to hear you.
Thank you.
Judgment free space. Listen, something you could have told us, we could have learned.
Right. That's true. Yeah. And I think sometimes that's even when I was younger, I think was a thing that probably stopped me from engaging in spaces as well, because it's like you want to jump in, but it's like, okay, what point should I jump in here?
Listen, I learned to let go. No, I learned to let go of that once I was doing a podcast. I'm just like, baby, you got to say something. You got to. In the beginning episodes, I wouldn't say anything, but once I started going,
right. Yeah, and you gotta let go of those jitters and stuff like that. Like I said, when I was a kid, that was now, baby. I'm talking.
That's the mic is on me.
Join these sort of spaces.
And when he said that shit,
I love to join these sort of spaces because where I live, there's not many Black Americans. I'm in Mexico, so I always try to take the opportunity to join as much as possible.
I did not know you was in Mexico.
He said no. He said that. He said he had left America. How long have you been living in Mexico, Mo?
It's been about 5 years now.
Wow!
5
Congratulations!
Yeah,
wow, that's freaking awesome.
How's it? I mean, I know
sometimes I'm like, why am I here?
Selection of food, but how is it? Like, are you always eating? Or do you eat different?
The girls are going to come. They come into America.
Surprisingly,
the girls are going to eat.
I'm sorry. I'm not playing. Go ahead.
I ate a lot of
How is it living in Mexico?
And eggs.
I said nothing.
Okay, I'm about to. I was asking like the food. Like, do you still make American food or like what? What am I? Y'all can.
I didn't want a key. It was her. I didn't want a key.
American food.
You eat American? Okay, you eat American food. Okay. Did you get tired of the Mexican food?
But it's mostly Mexican foods.
You eat Nona?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
No, we eat Mexican food all the time.
Is it good?
Sometimes I'll eat American food, American style food. It's lovely. I love it. I'm
Well,
still
when I
here.
saw it, I was gonna message you and
This is
ask
safe
you where to
space.
go.
You've never been to Mexico before?
No, I haven't.
No,
I
it's
haven't.
flavorful. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's
I want to
good.
be. I want to be out there with the mangoes. Yeah.
Come
I want to
down.
be out there with Selena.
Come visit.
Well, look, you got a friend that's there. So look, man.
I want to be out there with her.
Everybody, come on down. I'll show you where to go.
I want to
Right,
feel
I
that
told,
combo
that's
for
what I
law.
said. When I
Okay.
go there, I'm gonna message you and be like, "Where's the spots? What's hot?"
Yeah. I did. My other friend, shout out to Ascension, she was living in Mexico for a while too. She was living there for like a good few years. She just moved back to. She just came back to the States. She's in Texas now, but she was She said that the cost of living is way more, you know, cheaper and stuff like that. And people be having some nice ass houses out there. I could bitty bitty bomb off a little bit. If the U.S.
Come on down, you guys.
I can meet.
That's all you know about Mexico.
I can meet a little St. Paul out there.
Child, that cartel don't play with the girls.
Maybe what's the name of it? What's the name of their drug dealers? What is it?
The cartel.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Very much.
No.
Very much.
No.
Hold a brick for him.
I'll
never tell. I'll hold a brick.
I'm out of here. I'm staying for a few days and I'm out.
Right.
Bye.
But that's how y'all notice that now that you're older, you don't like staying at people's space for too long. Like sometimes when I spend a night at like friends' houses and stuff like that, I have good times, but then I'm like, I want to go home.
Right. 2 hours.
It's just like I don't mind. It's like this anti-socialness kicking.
I gotta go home.
And I'm annoyed now.
I'm not doing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that in your bathroom.
I stayed for 2 days.
Unless
baby.
I'm having a really, really good time. Unless I'm having a really, really good time. But other than that, like,
time in the world.
Right. But if we just doing stuff that I do regular, I'm going home.
I'm
having fun
I
here.
gotta be home. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna be that comfortable. I gotta take off my whole concealer and lashes and everything. I'm not gonna be having that much fun. So I'm just have to go home.
Yeah, no, I really do. I just think maybe this is 30 kicking in, but I just be like, child, what the hell about it? Or sometimes when you at the club and they try to roll to that like that third spot, I'm like, all right, bitch.
Baby, I'm not even going to the second.
Right, my feet tired.
Yeah, I'm old as hell. I'm just gonna do like
Bring me to the steakhouse.
No, babe.
Come on, I'm hungry.
One time, one spot, and I'm done, baby. I'm going home.
One time,
I've had times where I party down. I would say that. I party down in them 20s. Baby, from one spot to the next spot to the next spot, sun coming up, we still out. Yeah, you know it's real when you still got them clothes on and the sun is out already. It's daytime, people going to work. And you running through them New York streets. Look, baby, I feel like yesterday. You know, I feel Puerto Rican in this. I feel like yesterday in this. But nonetheless, I definitely thank y'all so much for sharing space. I do want y'all all to just collectively shout out anything y'all got going on or you're part of, your platforms, etc. And then I'm gonna roll some commercials and then we out of here because I'm hungry, y'all, and I can't fake it no more. Okay?
I'm doing good right now. Okay, give me appetite.
Yes, I'm hungry. But go ahead. I want y'all to shout out what y'all got going on, what y'all got coming up, what y'all interested in. This is a great space to network too. You know.
Okay, I'll go first. So I release I have a series called Dear Y'all, which is an advice segment where I just take daily topics and just bring it to life. And one of the secrets I'll tell you about it, 9 out of 10, anything that I'm talking about is something that I'm going through in reality, in my life. And I just bring it to everyone so they can collectively learn from my experience because they could be going through it as well. So I release those every Friday on Instagram and TikTok. I have them on those platforms. I have been doing this segment. I had to really go back to see when I really started creating these videos. I think I've been doing these videos for about 7 to 8 years now. I had to go back and look through my archive, like, because it started as a different idea, and then I like changed the name and go through this whole little thing where I'm just like trying to be present on social media, and it just became its own entity. But yeah, I release them every Friday. I do have a platform that I'm bringing back called Indie Artist Spotlight. I'm going to be reaching out to some new queer artists that I've already been having conversations with them, but I had to put it on pause just because of life be lifing sometimes, and I can only focus on one project at a time. So Dear Y'all is the focal point, and just making connections and networking on social media. And I also have been featured on TMZ Live a couple times. So yeah, I'm just doing all of the things. So just follow me at Stevie Derrick on all platforms. Y'all will see what I'm doing. So, yeah.
Okay, good to know. You said TV Derrick?
Stevie Derrick.
Stevie Derrick.
Man.
I'm about to say that's fire. TV Derrick.
Okay, give me the TV money, cause baby love.
Okay, now go ahead and patent that. Go ahead. Okay, next person.
Well, hi, I'm Janice. Janice Zion, you know, I'm on everything, you know, I only know a couple of them. But you can see, like, you know, my old, like, Vogue and stuff, and some seminars I used to do on YouTube. Do Janice Zion, do stuff. So I'm going to be starting a podcast, and it's going to be called Read the Room. So I'm a little nervous about it, but it's definitely going to be, you know, pop culture and just a thing I think we need to be doing more of these days, and just reading the room, look at what's in front of you, and let's talk about it. So I wanted to have a place where I can go and do that and be who I am, and you know, say what's really going on, and not what people want you to say, and not what you know is a good thing and a cool thing to say. I need to be having the room read. So I'm gonna be doing that. I'm excited about it,
and definitely congratulations on that. And like I said, just us personal speaking, and also this was Stevie as well. Just Stevie navigating and showing up, and you know, having your personal experiences, having, you know, just everything that you have showcased and shared with the world in these recent 2 years and stuff like that. Just that's strength right there. You know, you losing someone, I lost, you know, my ex, and it just death hasn't been deafened. But just for us to show up in these spaces and keep things consistent, even when our personal lives are probably like trying to figure it out, trying to get through that, you know, we know how grief cycles is and stuff like that. I just want to definitely take my hat off and tip it off to you in the spaces of just showing up. You know, you showing up for yourself, you doing your thing, you know, a lot of your major celebrations and things that you shared with the internet world as well, new house, all those good things, like, you know, congratulations, and just being authentically you, but also showing up in spaces of being able to give to communities, even if you might not feel like you got anything to give, you know, especially when we have personal losses and things like that. So I definitely want to just congratulate you. I want to congratulate Janice on just, for one, showing up authentically, being an icon in the ballroom Vogue scene, you know, just being herself, and also elevating herself to her new platform, her new podcast that's coming soon, you know, Read the Room. Are you reading it? You know, and just all those different things. I just want to definitely shout you out. I want to shout out Jolly for just being someone that has been always pivotal. We knew each other since before all this, and she always evolves and change and learn and grow, and she's not afraid to admit her faults or her misunderstandings or just anything like that. And she's always, you know, business savvy, and always, again, taking her brand to another level and stuff like that. And just always, anytime I invite her or tag her in something, bet I'm there, period. And she also wasn't feeling up under the weather, you know, feeling well as well, but she's here. So I definitely want to say thank you, Jolly. Shout out to you, Jolly. Shout out to Mo. I feel like me and you have been having more of a intersection of conversations, and, you know, talking about creativity. We both are music artists, etc., stuff like that. And yeah, just you know, you've been in a whole different time zone, but you here. You know, you showed up, you had a conversation. That's why I was like, you know, listen here, shout your shit out, do what you gotta do. I'm proud of you. Definitely big to the big Dunzada, Nev, you know, and just doing your thing as well. And this always, I feel like you are always a prominent force in anyone's support system. I always see you commenting and, you know, being there and uprising with the girls and stuff like that, but also just you advocating and growing into your brand and doing your thing with modeling and everything that you tap into. I just want to congratulate you on everything that you're doing, you know, and keep doing it, keep creating, and thank you for supporting. You know, support is something that you really can't buy it. It's either the girls fucking with you, they don't. It's either they see it or they don't.
That's
You
it.
really can't
That's the
buy it
real.
unless it's really,
The
know,
box is coming out by
right. Right, it's
It's
really a thing. But I do humbly appreciate anyone that contributes to spaces, whether I'm on their platform or they're on mine, and just hosting it and stuff like that. And I definitely want to send all that love to. I'll write everybody individually that left out and came in, due to like their schedules and stuff like that today. But I appreciate them for coming and being here and giving something to the conversation and not just blinking their eyes. Appreciate that. But yes, as y'all all know, I'm Seven Taylor, I'm Universal Spiritual Connector. I do have a project out called Their Eyes Were Watching Venus, guys. It's on all platforms. Definitely go get into her. I have a new book coming out this fall. It's called The Invisible Ladder of Success. I'll give more tease on that when we get there. I am working on other projects as well I can't really talk about. But I do want to say humbly thank y'all to, and also the book, a lot of my clients, I was able to play their things. Thank y'all for just trusting in me and going into work with me, allowing me to help you birth your dreams and goals with publishing y'all. I publish a lot of people under my production company. But yeah, I just want to say thank y'all so much for just supporting me and taking my invite and saying, you know what, bitch, I'm gonna go. You could have just painted dust and didn't show up and stuff like that, and I would have been good, But I think right, because listen, I always learned that you gotta be okay with both realities. You gotta be okay with a reality of support, and you gotta be okay with a reality of no support. I don't want to get too, you don't want to get too focused on one reality because it's imbalance. I gotta be, never know with people. But for the people that did, for y'all that did come, I'm getting tired, y'all. For those that did come tonight, thank y'all so much humbly. I truly appreciate it. It was amazing to have such a progressive conversation with y'all tonight with various topics, various keys and moments and stuff like that. And I definitely can't wait for y'all all to at some point catch the playback. If y'all have any of y'all supporters or audience that didn't get to see tonight's show live, we are live by the way, they can catch the playback on my YouTube, Twitch. I don't know if it's on Twitter yet because Twitter was giving some dumb, but I know it's on Facebook right about now. Hey, Facebook girls. Bet y'all didn't see the last of me, huh? No, but Facebook get a little ghetto. But nonetheless, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all the viewership tonight. Everyone that was commenting on different platforms. Thank y'all for interacting with us and giving us some things to feed off of because the comment section does matter. And yes, I just want to wish y'all a beautiful night. Say it again, Janice.
Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Right. Wait, what you said?
I thank Mexico for coming out, y'all. Okay,
oh yeah, okay. You was paying it. Okay. She was being sweet with it. Okay, because I was like, wait, what she said?
All right.
Thank you all for coming out. I'm gonna definitely play like a few commercials and then we'll be done. All right, y'all.
I pull up in that body, I ain't fucking with nobody. Bitches talking in the lobby. Have you ever seen the body drip, and the money Japanese like wasabi? All my bitches getting sloppy. Yeah, kiss. All them shots, miss. They be fucking with them. All they do is this. Watch me, watch wrist, watch fit, watch this. I be streaming all them niggas, yeah, watch Twitch. Pop the seed just to put the coof in them. I don't know, big bite with the tooth in them. Niggas really be acting like a monologue. You don't know me, nigga, you just know my dog. I'm the only writing credit in my catalog. And if you need a hit, nigga, hit my catalog. Hallelujah.
A little birdie told me that a new season of a new podcast that just got redefined and reimagined is happening this Friday, March 7th. 2025. Are you ready for the new conversations? Tap in.
Smackdown, it's over, yeah, I win. I'ma give it to them raw like the WWE. I'm the people champ, the one they really came to see. You bitches get
We going back in. Just like this. Bitch, I'm alive in a motherfucking booth right now.
Zach sent me news. I'm like, really, you got some loose screws, but I love that boy. I could have hit that boy, but sometimes when you love, you gotta let him go. So that's what I did. I'm gay, but if I wanted, I could take your bitch. I won't fuck her, but I'll show her that you are a Mitch. There are no rules being a heartbreak kid. I fucked and never came back. Why? Because of that.
Feeling like I didn't want to exist, didn't want to see past all of this. All of this, yeah. One foot in front of the other. I'ma stand on business, so my absence is felt. Cause you lost the prize, nigga. Wanted to vibe with you. Now I got it stunned on you, cause my pride's bigger. Because if I had it my way, I would be with you. The last time that I talked to you, I told you I'll come to visit you.
I top every nigga that think he above me. Attitude, walk off the stair. You hating with no bag, how dare. You ugly with no mask, jump scare. Born chief of whatever I touch, you have see. I'm a diva, I'm a bad bitch overachiever. Bitch, I'm lethal. No, I'm not trying to be relatable. Hell no.
All right, definitely. Thank y'all so much. We just had to run those commercials for those that paid for commercial sponsors. Actually, turn my little camera back on. But yeah, just had to run those commercials for those that paid for commercial sponsors. Definitely shout outs to all y'all. Definitely check out Mo. Mo just dropped a new single as well. Go get into that. Yes, Big Mo. But yes, definitely get into it. But like I said, thank y'all so much. I hope everyone that's viewing this and will view this and will play this back and stuff like that. I hope you take something from it that we as Black people can get together and we can always create together. All right. Y'all have a beautiful night. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Seven. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Seven.
He's a jolly good fella. That nobody can. No, I'm playing now. But no, I thank y'all. I thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you all, and I appreciate it. And yes, text me on up, y'all.
Okay. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, love. See y'all soon.
See you soon.
All right. All right.